commercial operator or launcher of satellites, and a cost-effective one, there's nothing more important than reliability. ISRO is the most frugal launch provider in the world, certainly of some classes of satellites. But in order for ISRO to be, even more successful, it needs to be incredibly reliable, because the margin of error over here is minimal. But so far, across their rockets, which are the PSLV rockets and the GSLV rockets, and now you've got an SSLV rocket as well. 3 classes of rockets. They've been by and large quite reliable, and that's important. This rocket is the larger or the largest of the rockets that ISRO presently has. Again, another stage of that flight being adjudged to be normal. And again, where you see C-25 cutoff on that stage is when that final C-25 motor would cut off. It would stop thrusting, and the entire rocket would coast, I should say, to its final sort of location where the satellites would be released. So a lot of excitement over here. And, from a national standpoint, let's not forget for a moment that ISRO very much a center of engineering excellence and scientific excellence. It's very much a reason for us all to be proud about. A lot of big missions later this year. Remember Chandrayaan, another attempt at landing a rover on the moon surface. That takes place. And then next year, the really big one, the Indian manned space flight, the Gaganyaan mission, that's set to blast off. But we are seconds away from that C-25 cutoff of that motor. So let's just turn up the audio of the ISRO commentary and listen in.
C-25 सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ आगे बढ़ रहा है। यह इंजन इतना जटिल है और भारत इसमें पूर्ण स्वायत्ता प्राप्त कर चुका है। अभी पुष्टि हुई, C-25 इंजन को शट ऑफ कर दिया गया है, बंद कर दिया गया है।
The C-25 stage thrust has been cut off, and now we are awaiting the correct injection parameters for the separation of the first and second batch of satellites.
16 minutes.
प्रथम चरण के 4 उपग्रहों की कक्षीय स्थितियां कुछ इस प्रकार होंगी। इसकी ऊंचाई 455.5 किलोमीटर के करीब और सापेक्ष गति 7.63 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की होगी।
Today's launch will bring the total number of satellites in the constellation to 618. A major milestone will be achieved with the number of satellites now in orbit, enabling the global service. OneWeb will become the first LEO operator to reach this milestone of being ready to roll out its global coverage.
वर्तमान में तृतीय चरण अपनी उचित अभिवृद्धि प्राप्त करता हुआ और कक्षीय स्थितियां प्राप्त कर रहा है। कुछ ही क्षणों में हम देखेंगे प्रथम समूह के 4 उपग्रहों का प्रमोचन।
Cryo stage orienting itself for the separation event of the first batch of satellites, namely 1K, 3K, 5K and 7K. 30 seconds from then, the second batch of satellites, namely 2A, 4A, 6A and 8A will be separated.
Plus 18 minutes.
न सिर्फ इसरो के बल्कि OneWeb कंपनी के सभी लोग बड़ी उत्सुकता से उस पल का इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं जब उनके उपग्रह सफलतापूर्वक कक्षा में स्थापित कर दिए जाएंगे।
Each satellite weighs 150 kgs and the cumulative payload mass for this mission is 5,805 kgs, including the satellite dispenser.
Plus 19 minutes.
कक्षीय स्थितियां प्राप्त हो चुके हैं। अब कुछ ही क्षणों में प्रथम 4 उपग्रह 1K, 3K, 5K और 7K का प्रक्षेपण होगा।
One K, 3K, 5K, 7K satellites are separated.
और यहाँ हर्ष का पल सबके सामने प्रथम 4 उपग्रहों को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है। अगले 30 सेकंड में अगले 4 उपग्रह 2A, 4A, 6A और 8 का अंतक्षेपण किया जाएगा।
Here the LVM-3
Plus 20 minutes.
M3 OneWeb India 2 mission has injected its first batch.
2A, 4A, 6A, 8A satellites are separated.
Visuals from the onboard camera confirming the separation event of the second batch of satellites 2A, 4A, 6A and 8A.
जी हाँ, सफलतापूर्वक द्वितीय समूह के 4 उपग्रहों को अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है। 2A, 4A, 6A और 8A। यह सभी के लिए बहुत ही हर्ष का पल। यह मिशन अपनी सफलता की ओर।
Current altitude is 457 kilometers. These satellites will eventually be maneuvered into the altitude of about 1200 kilometers.
Plus 21 minutes.
12 orbital planes cumulatively contain 588 satellites that are active. Each orbital plane has a separation of 4 kilometers in altitude to avoid collision of satellites.
ऑन बोर्ड कैमरा का यह विहंगम दृश्य जिसमें हम देख रहे हैं सैटेलाइट अपनी यात्रा शुरू कर चुका है। अभी मिशन जारी है। अगले कुछ क्षणों में हम देखेंगे अन्य 4 उपग्रहों का प्रमोशन। इस दौरान तृतीय चरण पुनः कक्षा की स्थितियां प्राप्त करने के लिए उचित अभिवृत्ति प्राप्त करेंगे। अगले समूह के 4 उपग्रहों को प्रमोशन के लिए अब से करीबन 800 सेकंड की देरी लगेगी।
The separation events are timed apart as 30 seconds and 800 seconds between alternate batches. The first and second batch of satellites have been separated. Now we are waiting the third batch of satellites. But in the meantime, the cryogenic upper stage will reorient itself and add velocity to get ready for the next separation. The first and second batch of satellites have been injected into 455 and 56 kilometers of altitude with a relative velocity of 7.628 kilometers per second. For the next batch of satellites, the stage will go to an orbit of 469 kilometers altitude, while the relative velocity will be 7.611 kilometers per second.
इस मिशन में सभी 36 उपग्रहों को
So another stage has been completed in that launch. 4 more satellites have been separated. This is the second batch of the satellites being separated that has now been completed. So 2 batches of satellites have been separated there and placed in the space. Now the Indian Space Research Organization, remember, has launched 36 satellites into space as part of the launch of the LVM-3 rocket with 36 satellites under the Vehicle Mark 1 Web India 2 mission. Now the mission launch took place from the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh, and the overall weight of the launch totals to about 5,805 kilograms, containing of course 36 satellites. 2 batches of satellites have been separated and more to follow. With that, time for a short break. We'll get you more updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for 2. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for 2 to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love. You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner.
Greetings and welcome. This is Rajiv Makni on the Cell Guru Show, and today we've got a wow show. We'll start off with wow number one, the OnePlus 11R. You know, this was launched alongside the OnePlus 11, and I'm declaring it right now for you. It's the best phone under 40,000 rupees, and I'll tell you why on the show. Then we'll move on to our Qualcomm segment, where we meet Amit Pandey, who specializes in astrophotography. Yes, he uses the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra for astrophotography. He's been doing it for 9 years now. Then another review, the Poco X5 Pro, brand new phone from Poco. Great stuff on this phone. Snapdragon 778G is the chipset. Nice lightweight phone, nice primary camera also, 108 megapixel, good large battery, 67 watt sonic charging. But at this price point now, the competition seems to have caught up. So we'll see if this one really does well. That and a whole lot more on the Cell Guru Show. Of course, we'll get started with all the news coming in from the world of mobiles.
Oppo has launched its flagship smartphone series, the Find X6 series, in China. The phone sports an exciting new triple camera system which houses a 1-inch sensor for the wide camera, a groundbreaking periscope telephoto camera, and a high-quality ultra-wide camera, in a bid to move past the main camera system to an all-new 3-main camera system. Nothing has come out with the all-new Nothing Ear 2, a set of true wireless earbuds. The new buds boast of high-res audio certification, LHDC 5.0 technology, and active noise cancellation. Nothing has focused on personalization, allowing users to create their personal sound profile on the Nothing X app. The buds will go on sale in India on the 28th of March at a price of 9,999.
Our top story today is the OnePlus 11R. Design is almost identical to the OnePlus 11, and that's where the rest of the similarity also continues. So, beautiful display, 6.7-inch AMOLED display, Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1. The screen is really bright, 14-15 nits, and the primary camera, fantastic. Lots of other great features, and it's priced under 40,000 rupees.
OnePlus in its golden era was known for phones that delivered peak performance and a price point that put its competitors to shame. Recently, things haven't been going as well as they were, with the OnePlus flagship phones getting more expensive and failing to wow consumers. Enter the OnePlus 11 series, packed with features, hardware and promise at a competitive price point. Let's see what the 11R is capable of. The first thing that comes to attention is that the design of the OnePlus 11R is identical to the more premium OnePlus 11, apart from the position of the front camera. The phone looks and feels quite premium. The back is made of glass which has a shiny finish to it. The back doesn't attract dust and fingerprints but doesn't offer much grip either. The display is a curved glass which feels really good to hold. What's good to see is the OnePlus trademark alert slider. The phone also features a OnePlus First IR blaster coupled with an IR remote app, which even the more premium OnePlus 11 doesn't have. The display is a 6.7-inch AMOLED display, which has a 120Hz adaptive refresh rate. With 1450 nits of peak brightness, the display is clear even under direct sunlight. The HDR10 Plus support and a stereo speaker setup, which is nice and loud, makes for a great device to consume content. Which brings us to the more than capable Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 processor, which can handle whatever you throw at it. The RAM management is impressive as we face no issue shuffling between multiple apps. Kudos to OnePlus for bringing this powerful chipset to this phone. Other phones that use the same processor cost a whole lot more than the 11R. We had no problems running games such as Genshin Impact and Asphalt, except for slight heating after an hour or so of usage. The 5000 mAh battery powers the phone for a fairly long time and should easily be able to last you the day even with heavy usage. The phone does miss out on wireless charging, which would have been nice to have, but the 100-watt SuperVOOC charging can juice your phone from 0 to 100 in under 30 minutes. Now that's some speed. The phone has a triple camera setup. The 50-megapixel primary camera is the same sensor as the OnePlus 11. There is also an 8-megapixel ultra-wide camera and a 2-megapixel macro camera. The 50-megapixel primary camera does a stellar job at capturing details. There is no over-sharpening in the images, the colors are natural, and in daylight, there isn't much to complain about. The portrait mode produces good results, and the separation between the foreground and the background doesn't look too artificial. The ultra-wide camera leaves a lot to be desired. The pictures are a little soft and the colors aren't consistent with the primary camera and lacks contrast. The difference in performance between the primary camera and the secondary cameras is a shame, but this is made up for in the OnePlus 11, which at the end of the day is the more premium phone. The phone comes with Oxygen 13 based on Android 13. The OS is quite similar to ColorOS. The phone comes with 3 years of Android updates and 4 years of security updates, which is great to see. To sum it up, OnePlus has done a great job with this phone right from the build quality, performance, the long battery life paired with the super fast charging and a pleasing primary camera. With price starting at Rs 39,999, the OnePlus 11R punches above its weight class and is bound to be widely appreciated by consumers. It is safe to say that OnePlus is back.
Let's move on now to our famous Qualcomm segment, and we meet Amit Pandey, who does astrophotography. Now, he started photography at the age of 15, and he works in the camera R&D team for Samsung and uses the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra for astrophotography, and he believes that smartphones are a very powerful way to capture the night sky and take astrophotography to the next level. There is no doubt that mobile phones have changed over the last couple of years, and how. I've been saying this now for such a long time. Because of technological advancements, smartphones have helped us absolutely and totally change our lives. When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now. Smartphones have become such an inseparable part of our lives. What can we do without them? Now, with the rise of smartphones, many amateurs are now dabbling with their hands at photography. A hobby that was considered expensive is now available at everyone's fingertips. Smartphone photography has firmly secured its place as a medium of photography right at the top now in the 21st century. In this series, we've introduced you to different smartphone photographers, a landscape photographer, a macro photographer. This time, I'm introducing you to Amit Pandey. Who is he? He is an astrophotographer. What is astrophotography? Simply put, astrophotography is the art of shooting astronomical or celestial objects. Amit has been an avid photographer since he was a kid. He's worked with Nat Geo, Discovery, Fox Life. His love for photography and cameras led him to join the camera R&D team at Samsung Research Institute, Bangalore. He's part of the team behind the wonderful Samsung Galaxy cameras. We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
It might be niche, but there is nothing quite like astrophotography. You might have spent an entire lifetime snapping happy moments, landscapes, but night sky is truly an inspiration for everyone. And did you know that you can click stunning photographs of the night sky by just the use of a smartphone? You don't need DSLRs or high-end cameras. All you need is a smartphone.
For Amit, it's literally capturing galaxy on a galaxy. Who spends hours looking at outer space and cherishing its beauty by capturing out-of-the-world pictures of the night sky with just the use of his Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. The Aurora Borealis, popularly known as the Northern Lights, drew him closer to astrophotography as a hobby and now he's into a full-time job with Samsung in the research and development department to ensure the giant stays ahead of the curve. The majesty of the night skies and beautiful landscapes became Amit's canvas, who has been into astrophotography for over 9 years now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. During one of the instances I had, first instance I saw aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. And I was quite surprised that something like this exists. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment. If I have to point that one instance back in my life or career. And since then, I have never seen down. I have been looking above and all to the stars. I have been capturing since that moment, deep sky, different configuration of planets.
Amit's story is a typical example of an IIT-IIM graduate turned photographer. After he found his calling in astrophotography during his trip with his friends to Iceland, he decided to pursue a full-time course in advanced photojournalism in France and certification and training courses in the US, which added heft to his portfolio. What followed next was opportunities for him in Europe, where he worked with brands like Nat Geo, Fashion TV, Discovery, Fox Life, and the Milan Fashion Week. He got his first camera at the age of 15, and since then there has been no looking back. From fashion, wildlife, and now the astrophotography, which is a niche segment.
You always have to be very sure about what we are going to capture. You have to know the planetary position. So you need to see how, you have to plan your day before. That what time you can capture the night. You just can't go out and capture the night. You have to check the weather conditions on that day, if there are lightning issues around. There's also called a light pollution when we speak about astrography. Light pollution gives your image not up to the mark when you're talking about astrophotography. But if you take these things, these things are taken well care, such as no lights in surrounding, clear skies, and you have a stable tripod where you can put your camera. I think you are all set to go for a great astrophotography session.
For Amit, photography and astrophotography is about a story through images. In fact, the long exposure star trails are sometimes taken by him, maybe while he's sleeping nearby a tent. In fact, the astro mode that he uses enhances the images as far as the night sky is concerned.
Amit's use of a smartphone has helped him understand framing of shots and good compositions, which throws up images that are surreal and dramatic.
I feel that it's very incredible because lenses and DSLRs, their technology are changing every day, and we have to always carry heavy, bulky subjects and objects around with us. That's not a right thing to do. Especially when you're traveling alone or you're traveling backpacking to a very barren land or close to a glacier. So you always need to be as compact, be light, and carry things which has more features in just a box. And that's where the smartphone comes into the existence.
Stars can pose a more challenging target for many camera phones, as they simply lack the brightness to register properly. And Amit believes that Samsung's S series have been the only one able to do the job of producing high-resolution pictures. The need to create high-resolution pictures and videos have driven smartphone makers and have forced them to go the extra mile, having pushed things further to improve components like image signal processors and camera sensors, which include low light modes like night panoramas, night portraits, and light painting.
Our latest chipset, which is Qualcomm 8 Gen 2, NPU has been 51% higher than the previous predecessor. And I personally feel that NPU's performance directly impacts, is related to the camera, and it has improved a lot. So the people who are planning pro photography or a computational photography, it's really good for them. And it adds a lot of value to the entire imaging, processing, and quick storage.
Since astrophotography is in a league of its own, Samsung's latest innovation has been a boon to many who take up astrophotography either as a hobby or as a profession.
One of the amazing instances which I had is I went for a backpacking tour, and to myself, for everyone's surprise, that backpacking tour was in Pakistan. Yeah, so I was going through a very remote location near Islamabad, and that was the time when I happened to take one of the best images, and I did a shoot over there over a period of like 3.5 hours, multiple astrolabs and astrophotography, with a group of photographers from around the world. So I believe that's one of my best shots.
Adopting an ethereal approach to his astrophotography, his night sky photographs are full of mystery and yet alluring to the eyes, capturing the majesty of the night skies and the beautiful landscapes. In Bengaluru, with Kumar, Shrija for NDTV.
An astrophotographer, who would have thought? Amit, this is some very, very serious skills. Amit, welcome to the show. It's a big, big pleasure. Now, my first question obviously is, what are the features of the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra that actually helps you with astrophotography?
With astro imaging, the only one thing I need is the Expert Raw app. Expert Raw app in Samsung has a built-in astro mode, and I also have this great feature called Astro Guide. Astro Guide helps me to locate different spatial position of planets, deep sky objects, and patterns of stars. And once I locate them through Astro Guide, I can easily switch to Astro mode and take pictures based on the frame which I like. So I believe that Expert Raw has all those things which I need for a great astro image.
Great, Amit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rajiv.
Snapdragon is calling all you Cell Guru fans to join their global community called Snapdragon Insiders. This gives you access to the latest scoop on Snapdragon tech, a chance to connect with the experts behind the scenes, premium experiences, exclusive contests, and so much more. Now, I'm a Snapdragon Insider. You can become one too by simply following Snapdragon on their Twitter and Instagram account. Also, give yourself a big chance to win a OnePlus smartphone. Simply participate in the NDTV Snapdragon contest at ndtv.com/unleash your dreams. Let's take a quick break right now on the Cell Guru Show. When we come back, lots more.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right, and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishop.
Now let's move on to our next review. This is the Poco X5 Pro, a brand new phone that Poco's just taken out. Good configuration and specs, huh? Snapdragon 778G is the processor, 6.67-inch AMOLED display, 108 megapixel is the main primary camera and a good camera again. Nice sonic charging, as Poco calls it, which is fast charging, 67 watts and 7 bands of 5G. It's priced at about 22,999. Now at this price point, the competition has a lot to offer. Let's see how Poco fares.
Poco has made a name for itself by making bang-for-buck phones in the mid-range segment, which are especially adored by the gaming community. Poco has now launched the X5 Pro, which aims to carry on the brand's legacy. Packed with features for all kinds of users and a powerful new chipset, let's check out the Poco X5 Pro and see if it has what it takes to disrupt the mid-range segment. Poco has made the decision to drop the back glass and go with a plastic build instead. While this does reduce the premium feel, there has been a drastic drop in weight, now weighing only 181 grams. It provides an improved grip. The back glass was also notoriously easy to smash, so in a way, the plastic back is a good decision. The body is completely flat and is comfortable to hold, and the camera panel is a large block as seen in previous models of the phone. It sports a tall 6.7-inch Full HD Plus AMOLED display. The bezels are thin and the lack of a chin makes it quite pleasing to look at. The Poco X5 supports HDR10 Plus and Dolby Vision, which the Netflix app makes use of. The screen is vibrant and the colors look great. The 10-bit display along with the stereo speakers make this a good phone to binge away and bide your time scrolling through apps. The unit has a peak brightness of 900 nits, which settles in as average at best. The screen also has 120Hz adaptive refresh rate, which compatible games can use, but the phone adjusts the refresh rate based on the activity. The biggest upgrade the phone has seen has been its performance, thanks to the trusty Snapdragon 778G, which makes for a great gaming experience. We played Asphalt 9 on maxed out settings and faced no issues with frame drops or stutter. The phone does heat up a little under intense gaming for a long period though. Overall, the performance of the phone will bring the fight to pricier phones such as the Redmi Note 12 Plus. The 5000 mAh battery is more than enough to last you the day. We were surprised to see how long the battery lasted. The X5 Pro features a triple camera setup, a 108MP primary camera, 8MP secondary camera and a 2MP macro camera. The primary camera uses a Samsung sensor which does what it's supposed to quite well. The colors are natural and not oversaturated. The ultra-wide camera, as is the case with most budget phones these days, is generally soft but produces decent color and dynamic range. The macro camera performance is poor and is best avoided. The 16MP selfie camera produces average results and the portrait mode blurs the background unnaturally, giving it a gimmicky feel. The phone ships with 7 5G bands, missing out on one important band, and is run by the MIUI 14 based on Android 12. This is a major disappointment as the phone only supports 2 Android updates and Android 14 is around the corner, so users will soon feel left behind. Priced starting from Rs 22,999, the Poco X5 Pro is a well-rounded phone with a great display, battery and performance, and can definitely be considered if you're looking for a phone in this segment.
That then is our Cell Guru show for this week. As always, great stuff coming in, and it's coming in every single week. See you next week.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shobh, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track, get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues.
Good morning, you're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Priyanshi Sharma. Our lead story, the Congress party is holding protests across states after Rahul Gandhi was disqualified from the parliament. Now, the Congress party in the national capital is protesting at the Rajghat, while the Delhi police has denied them permission to hold their protest, and Section 144 has also been imposed in and around Rajghat. There you can see visuals of tightened security there in the national capital around Rajghat as the Congress party is planning those protests. Now, the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra were also seen there at Rajghat, and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is going to lead this protest. The protests are against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the Lok Sabha, and these protests will go on till 5 p.m. according to the Congress's plan. But let's see how that plays out. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and the party General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra are leading the protests at the Rajghat in the national capital, and the Delhi police has denied them permission to hold their satyagraha, and Section 144 has also been imposed around Rajghat. But the Congress party says that they will still carry out their protests. The Congress's General Secretary K.C. Venugopal has tweeted that after silencing our voice in the parliament, the government has refused to let us hold a peaceful satyagraha at Bapu's Samadhi, the Rajghat as well. It has become a habit for the Modi government to disallow every opposition protest, and this will not deter us. Our fight for truth against tyranny goes on. That's what the Congress party is saying. And they call Rahul Gandhi's disqualification a conspiracy to silence Rahul Gandhi, who has been, of course, seen as in his attacks on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and has been the de facto head of the main opposition party for nearly a decade. Now, remember, yesterday, a defiant Rahul Gandhi addressed his first press conference after being disqualified, saying that he's ready to be jailed or disqualified for life, but he won't be scared. Now, for background, remember, the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has lost his membership from the Lok Sabha, and that happened on Friday. He was disqualified as he was convicted in a 2019 criminal defamation case with a sentence of 2 years. That sentence is currently stayed, but automatically after a member of parliament is convicted and sentenced for at least 2 years, then they are automatically disqualified from the parliament, and that's what's happened with Rahul Gandhi as well. Now, Rahul Gandhi says that he has been disqualified so that he can't make his speeches in the parliament, and because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scared of the next speech that Rahul Gandhi could make. The defamation case in which Rahul Gandhi has been convicted pertains to an election rally speech that he made in Karnataka, in which he made a remark on the surname Modi. This is a 2019 case, and the BJP said that his remark on the surname Modi insulted the entire OBC community, but Rahul Gandhi says he's been disqualified because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scared of his next speech. My colleague Arvind Gunasekar joining us for more details on this. And Arvind, as we are getting those visuals of the Congress's protests in several states, there in Delhi we can see Priyanka Gandhi Vadra there. The Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge was also seen. So while the Delhi police has denied them permission to hold their satyagraha, the Congress party is going ahead with the plan.
Yeah, Priyanshi, Delhi police has invoked Section 144 of CRPC and also cited law and order issues in its letter to Congress party, wherein the Delhi police has said that they are denying permission for the Congress's proposed satyagraha at Rajghat, and that's why the Delhi police has clearly denied permission for the Congress a day-long sit-in protest at Rajghat. But according to our sources in the Congress party is planning to go ahead with its protest. So as we speak, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, senior Congress leaders Priyanka Gandhi, along with Mukul Wasnik, Jairam Ramesh and KC Venugopal, they are on their way to Rajghat to participate in this day-long sit-in protest at Rajghat. So their main agenda of this protest is over registering their protest over disqualification of Rahul Gandhi from the membership of Lok Sabha. So that's the single point agenda on which the Congress party wants to stage this dharna at Rajghat. But Delhi police sources clearly maintain that the permission has been denied, and if at all, if anyone defies Section 144 of CRPC, action will be taken as per law.
Right, Arvind, and in fact, we're getting those live visuals where the Congress party is holding their satyagraha, and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, as Arvind was mentioning, that the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge is going to lead this protest. And Arvind, if I can come to you on this, that the Congress party's satyagraha is only about Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the Lok Sabha, or is it also about other issues that they've been raising recently?
Priyanshi, this particular protest at Rajghat is on one point on single agenda. That agenda is over. The subject of this protest is regarding disqualification of Rahul Gandhi from the membership of Lok Sabha. That's the subject on which the Congress party is staging this protest across the country. And today in Delhi, the party is protesting at Rajghat. So what we are being told is that from Monday, there are several other such demonstrations that have been planned across the country. The party, the members of the Congress party will be raising this issue on the floor of both the houses, both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. And the Congress party is also trying to mobilize the support of like-minded opposition parties to register its protest in both inside and outside the parliament. So on Monday, we can expect the Congress-led opposition parties upon legs protesting over this disqualification of Rahul Gandhi's membership from Lok Sabha in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, post which the party is also planning to hold demonstrations across the country at the headquarters of all the states. That's also on the cards, and also party is also planning to hold a big rally in Delhi. That's also something the party is preparing. We'll get to know the details of the series of protests that the party is planning in the coming days by today evening or tomorrow morning.
Right, Arvind, do stay on with us as we'll just listen in to what the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and other Congress leaders have said about this protest that they're planning across the country. Listen in.
सत्याग्रह जो है संकल्प यात्रा के तहत है, और जो बीजेपी सरकार और मोदी जी की सरकार राहुल जी को बोलने नहीं दे रही, और हम भी जो बोलते हैं उस पे वो हमेशा हमारे भाषणों को भी पार्लियामेंट में निकाल देते हैं और ये दबाव बनाते हैं कि हम कुछ भी नहीं बोले। अब राहुल जी को उन्होंने डिस्क्वालीफाई किया, उसका मतलब कि उनको बोलने नहीं देना।
मैं कह रहा हूं कि जहां जहां हमने एनालिसिस करके त्रुटियां पाई हैं वो हम हायर कोर्ट के सामने ले जाएंगे और उम्मीद करते हैं कि हायर कोर्ट से हमको राहत मिलेगी। हायर कोर्ट में हमको विश्वास है, जुडिशरी में हमें विश्वास है, हर कोर्ट में हमें विश्वास है, लेकिन इसीलिए अपील सिस्टम बनाया गया है कि जहां गलती हो, जहां त्रुटि हो, आप वो अपील में दूर करा सकें। क्या ऐसा होना चाहिए? क्या हम एक कानून बनाएं जिसमें जो आदमी कत्ल करता है उसको पार्लियामेंट से बाहर रखें, और उसी कानून में जो आदमी सच बोलता है उसको पार्लियामेंट से बाहर रखें? इसमें कुछ अंतर है कि नहीं? तो ये तो बड़े कोर्ट के सामने, हाई कोर्ट के सामने, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने हम रखेंगे, उनका जो फैसला होगा उसके बाद बात करेंगे।
And in fact, these protests are not just being carried out in the national capital, but they are being carried out across the country in several states. These are visuals we're showing you from Gurugram in Haryana on the bottom left of your screen. And the top left of your screen shows visuals of the Congress's protest in Shimla, in Himachal Pradesh as well. And on the right hand of your screen, you're seeing the Congress's protest in the national capital. The top part shows the enhanced security, the tightened security in the national national capital. As you can see, the forces they're being deployed as the Congress party is planning those protests, and you can of course see the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and the Congress senior Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra there as well at the protests, and Mallikarjun Kharge of course leading that protest. And Arvind is still with us to get more details on this. And Arvind, while the Congress party is saying that Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scared of the next speech that he could make in the parliament, the BJP has been saying that he has been disqualified because the rule says that whenever any member of parliament is convicted in a case and sentenced for at least 2 years, they are automatically disqualified from the parliament. And the Union Minister Anurag Thakur in fact said in a tweet that elected representatives automatically stand disqualified the moment they are convicted by a court to jail for 2 years or more. And the government of India and the Lok Sabha have no role to play, and it can't suspend or revoke disqualification. The minister also said that Rahul Gandhi is not the first to face disqualification. Wonder whether legal wizards of the Congress have checked the rules. Instead, they are brazenly defending their hatred for the OBC community, which caused his conviction, thus showing utter disrespect towards the judiciary and towards the people. And Anurag Thakur said that Rahul Gandhi is a case of political immaturity, losing whatsoever little trust left for gimmicks and cheap popularity. But of course, Rahul Gandhi has said that he's not scared to be disqualified or to be jailed, and he's saying he'll continue to go on despite the BJP taking such actions against him as he calls it. And he also said that he has been disqualified because the BJP is scared of his next speech in the Lok Sabha. Arvind is still with us for more details on this. And Arvind, while the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi says that he's been disqualified because Prime Minister Narendra Modi was scared of his next speech, the BJP says that it's the rule that whenever a member of parliament is convicted and sentenced for at least 2 years, by rule, they automatically get disqualified, and there's no role that the government of India or the Lok Sabha can play in this.
Yeah, Priyanshi, the BJP-led central government has made it very clear that there has been no role of executive in disqualification of Rahul Gandhi as per the Representation of People Act, subsection 3 of section 8 of the Act, that makes it very clear if a person is convicted and if the person is sentenced at least for 2 years, then the person automatically loses his membership in either in parliament or in assembly. And that's why the BJP is saying that they have no role in this. Rahul Gandhi was convicted by a court of law in the criminal defamation case, and because he has been sentenced for 2 years, he automatically loses his membership in parliament. And that's why BJP is saying that this is the due process that has been followed and there has been no interference by BJP. But the Congress party is alleging that there has been an excess punishment that has been given in this particular case. After being convicted in a criminal defamation case, the Congress party is alleging that 2-year maximum sentence under section 499/500 has been awarded to Rahul Gandhi, which clearly shows this is an excessive punishment that has been given to Rahul Gandhi. And they are also drawing parallel, saying that when was the last time such a 2-year maximum punishment has been given in a case of section 499 and 500 of IPC. So they are saying that this is the only second such instance where maximum punishment of 2 years has been granted in a case of criminal defamation. And they're also saying that there are several such loopholes in this judgment, where they're also saying that the mere conviction itself per se is full of law, full of errors, and they will be full of flaws and errors, and they will be challenging it in the Sessions Court on Monday. The petition is being drafted, and hopefully the Congress party sources say hopefully that they'll be filing it in Sessions Court on Monday, challenging the conviction. According to the Congress legal team, what they are saying is that this particular court of Surat does not even have jurisdiction to entertain such a petition, because the said speech that was given in Kolar in Karnataka, the Surat court could not have exercised its jurisdiction out of the state. That took going all the way to Kolar in Karnataka is unheard of, and that's why saying that even on the jurisdiction angle aspect, this particular judgment seems flawed, and that's why they are filing an appeal in Sessions Court. But even if they file an appeal in Sessions Court by Monday or Tuesday, it will take at least a month time for the Sessions Court to pass any kind of an interim order on this matter, and that's why the Congress party is kind of worried that if it takes at least a month or kind of long time, what if the Election Commission proceeds forward and announces by-election to Wayanad Parliament constituency? And that's why the Congress party is also preparing another legal battle in Supreme Court. If at all if the Election Commission goes for a by-election to Wayanad Parliament constituency, the party is planning to knock the doors of Supreme Court. But that's all those are being dealt by the legal team. But whereas the Congress party also wants to take this battle politically also to the People's Forum, and that's what we are seeing now is that the Congress party is staging a day-long sit-in dharna at Satyagraha at Rajghat, though Delhi police has denied permission for the Congress party, but the Congress party is saying that they will go ahead with the protest. Nothing will deter them, even if the police even if the Delhi police try to take action against them. They will comply with the law, but they will, for sure, they will go ahead with their Satyagraha plan.
Right, Arvind. So though the Delhi police has denied them permission to hold this protest, to hold this satyagraha, we're showing you those live visuals from Rajghat that show that the Congress party clearly is going ahead with their plan. And Arvind, if I can come to you on this, while the Congress party is holding this satyagraha, what does the legal strategy for the Congress look like from now on? What are you hearing on that?
Priyanshi, like I mentioned, the Congress legal team is already drafting the appeal that will be filed in Sessions Court. What we are being told is that by Monday or Tuesday, the appeal will be filed. In fact, translating the 170-page order that has been given in Gujarati to English kind of took some time, is what the Congress legal team is saying. That so the translation is almost over and the petition has been drafted. So once it's vetted by senior advocates, the petition will be filed in the Sessions Court, and then they are also asking for an interim stay on the operation of the conviction. So once they get and stay on the conviction order that has been given by the magistrate court, then Rahul Gandhi will get back his membership, and that's what the Congress party is trying to get the stay on the conviction as soon as possible. But if you go by the last instance of Lakshadweep MP, Lok Sabha MP Mohammad Faisal, who was again convicted in a criminal case of attempt to murder, and then the Lakshadweep court granted a sentence of 10 years. He lost his membership, but when he challenged it before the Kerala High Court stayed the conviction, even though the Kerala High Court has stayed the conviction in a case of attempt to murder, but he has not been allowed to come to Lok Sabha till this date, and that's Mohammad Faisal has also moved Supreme Court yesterday, challenging the addition of the Lok Sabha Speaker, not Lok Sabha Secretariat, not allowing him to take part in the Lok Sabha proceedings, wherein he has told the contender before the Supreme Court, even after the conviction has been stayed, he has not been allowed to participate in the Lok Sabha proceedings. His membership has not been reinstated, and that's where he has sought kind of a mandamus or a direction to the Lok Sabha Secretariat to reinstate his membership. So the Congress party is also keenly watching the proceedings of that particular case also, because that will have its own impact on Rahul Gandhi's case also, because even if Rahul Gandhi gets a stay on its conviction, the party is not very clear, not very sure that the Lok Sabha Secretariat will reinstate his membership, and that's why they are keenly watching the proceedings in Faisal's case. If at all, if Supreme Court gives some kind of a direction to the Lok Sabha Secretariat, asking the Lok Sabha Secretariat to reinstate the membership of Mohammad Faisal, then the Congress legal team is thinking that can be used in Rahul Gandhi's case also, but that's something that can be done only at the later stage of this proceeding, because for now the Congress party's priority is to get a stay on the conviction before the Sessions Court.
Right, Arvind. So the Congress party's priority is to get a stay on that conviction. So that's satyagraha being carried out. And if we also talk about another factor here, Arvind, one point that the Congress has been pointing out is that it's extremely rare to see a 2-year sentence in a defamation case. That's also another point that the Congress party is highlighting.
Yeah, Priyanshi, the Congress party's legal team has been looking into the previous instances where such 2-year sentence has been awarded in the case of criminal defamation under Section 499 and 500 of IPC. So in the people know of developments, when we spoke to them, what they are saying is that there has been only one such instance since IPC came into effect in India. That too, this 2-year sentence was granted by a court in Chennai. That sometime that happened decades back, and after that, this is the only second such case where 2-year sentence has been granted in a case of criminal defamation, and that's why the party is calling the sentence per se excessive. Not just the conviction is flawed, but according to them, even the sentence is also extremely harsh, and that's why they are saying that this is a fit case to challenge it before a higher court. So the party cannot move High Court directly or Supreme Court directly, so the party has to move the Sessions Court first, and that's why they are working it. Though there have been several such questions that have been raised against the Congress party's lethargic attitude in handling this appeal, even inside the party. But the Congress legal team is saying that unlike other cases, like when there was a parallel that was drawn between Pawan Khera case and Rahul Gandhi's case, wherein even the BJP leaders had questioned Congress, saying that in Pawan Khera's case, the Congress could move Supreme Court the very same day and then could get a stay, get a relief for Pawan Khera. Why couldn't the party do the same thing for Rahul Gandhi, for which the Congress legal team is saying that Pawan Khera case is a writ jurisdiction that could be moved directly to Supreme Court, because he was supposed to be detained and then he exercised the writ jurisdiction, so he moved Supreme Court. But whereas in this particular case, Rahul Gandhi cannot move Supreme Court or High Court directly, because the judgment has been given by a magistrate court, and as per the hierarchy, after the magistrate court's order, it has to be challenged before the sessions court. So that particular sessions court challenge appeal is being drafted here. It's not a first petition where the judgment has to be translated. The 170-page judgment that has been given in Gujarati has to be translated in English, and then an appeal has to be filed in sessions court. And that's why they're saying that drawing a parallel between Pawan Khera's case and Rahul Gandhi's case is baseless. This is just a diversionary distraction that is being done by BJP. But the Congress legal team is saying that we are working fast, and the translation of the judgment copy is almost over. They are hopeful that they will be filing an appeal in a day or two.
Thanks very much for joining us with those details. So the Congress party holding a satyagraha there at the Rajghat against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification after he was convicted in a 2019 defamation case and sentenced for 2 years. And my colleague Himanshu is also joining us for more details on that. And Himanshu, while the Delhi police has denied permission to the Congress party to hold their satyagraha, to hold their protest, they're still going ahead. So what does the Congress party's plan look like for today?
The Congress General Secretary in charge of organization, K.C. Venugopal, has just now tweeted, and he has said that after silencing the opposition voice in Parliament, the government has refused to let us hold a peaceful satyagraha at Bapu's Samadhi as well. And he has also alleged that it has become a habit for the Modi government to disallow every opposition protest, and this will not deter us. Our fight for truth against tyranny goes on. So clearly Congress has clearly indicated that despite all the efforts that Congress has made and the permission being denied officially to hold a satyagraha is a reflection of the fact that opposition is not being allowed to protest. So allegations have been leveled against the government. I think we'll have to wait and see what Congress party does now, because police has made it very clear that they do not have the permission to hold any kind of satyagraha at the Gandhi Samadhi.
Right, Himanshu, thanks very much for joining us with those details. So as Himanshu was pointing out, that the Congress party is saying that after silencing the Congress party's voice in the parliament, the government has refused to let them hold a peaceful satyagraha at the Rajghat at Bapu's Samadhi as well. That's what the Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal has said, adding that it has become a habit for the Modi government to disallow every opposition protest, and this will not deter us. Our fight for truth against tyranny goes on. And you can see senior Congress leaders there, including the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and Salman Khurshid, and other senior Congress leaders there as well at the Rajghat in this satyagraha that's organized by the Congress party. And in fact, it's not just in the national capital, but across several states. These are live visuals that we're getting you from Rajghat, but let's also show you how this protest is not limited to just the national capital, but it's going on in several other states as well. The Congress party is holding a satyagraha in Himachal Pradesh, in Haryana as well, and in several other states, as the Congress party has planned protests across all states in the state and district headquarters. These are visuals that we're showing you from the national capital. There the Congress leaders, as you can see, carrying out their protest despite the Delhi police denying them permission. But let's just also show you visuals of the Congress's protests from other states as well. These are visuals that we're showing you from Shimla in Himachal Pradesh, where you can see the Congress workers, the Congress leaders are protesting with a black band over their mouth. Of course, being seen as a symbol of how the Congress party is saying that they are being silenced, not just in the parliament, but even in their ways of protest. The government is not even letting them protest. So these bands on their mouth signify that they are saying that we are being silenced. The Congress party and the opposition at large is being silenced by the central government, by the BJP. And the protests are also being carried out in Haryana, in Gurugram. These are visuals that we're showing you from of the Youth Congress there in Gurugram in Haryana, as you can see, holding posters and holding those flags as well. And my colleague Himanshu is at the Rajghat, where the Congress party is holding their satyagraha. And let's just go across to Himanshu for more. And Himanshu, what's happening there? All right, we seem to have lost that line with Himanshu, but we'll just go across to Himanshu in a short while from now to get a sense of what's happening at the Rajghat. But as we can see in those live visuals that we're getting from the Congress's Satyagraha, you can see Priyanka Gandhi Vadra sitting there next to Mallikarjun Kharge. The Congress leader K.C. Venugopal is there as well, among other senior Congress leaders. And they are protesting against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification, as they are saying that Rahul Gandhi is being silenced, and the opposition at large is being silenced, as the Prime Minister and the BJP is scared of Rahul Gandhi's growing popularity. Rahul Gandhi has also said that the BJP has disqualified him. The central government has disqualified him, and they have a role in disqualifying him because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scared of the next speech that Rahul Gandhi could make in the parliament. But the BJP, of course, has said that the government of India or the BJP has no role to play in Rahul Gandhi's disqualification, because the rule says that whenever a member of parliament is convicted in a case and they're sentenced to at least 2 years in prison, then they are automatically disqualified from the parliament, and there's no role that the government of India has to play in this. So that's what the BJP is saying, but Rahul Gandhi says that he has been disqualified because the BJP is scared of the next speech that he could make. And he's also said that they can go ahead and disqualify me, they can jail me, but I will continue to go on. Let's just listen in for once to what's happening at the Congress Satyagraha in Delhi. Now, interestingly, another angle has played out in this entire controversy. BJP leader Khushbu Sundar is now in hot water for a 2018 tweet for a remark that's very similar to what got Rahul Gandhi convicted and sentenced to 2 years in that defamation case, and after which, of course, he's been disqualified from the parliament. Now, BJP leader Khushbu Sundar, who was a member of the Congress party in 2018, had said that the meaning of Modi should be changed to corruption. She said that Modi is everywhere. Modi's surname is linked with corruption. She said in that tweet that we're putting out. This was on February 15th in 2018. Now, this is a comment that's very similar to the one that got Rahul Gandhi convicted and disqualified, and he was convicted in the defamation case. So the Congress is pointing this out, and they're saying that your own leader, Khushbu Sundar, who's now your own leader, when she was a Congress leader, she had also said the same thing, that the Modi surname should be equated to corruption. And Rahul Gandhi had also made a comment on the Modi surname, over which he has been convicted in this defamation case, and he has been disqualified as well. So the Congress party is saying that your own leader said something on similar lines, and there's been no action against her, while Rahul Gandhi has been convicted. But the BJP says that it is because Rahul Gandhi hurt the sentiments of the OBC community, of the Modi community. But Khushbu Sundar has just put out those two tweets by Khushbu Sundar. The one on your left is her original tweet in 2018 in which she said that Modi's surname should be equated to corruption. The one on your right is a tweet that she put out yesterday defending that statement. She said that I will not delete my tweet. It's out there. There are many more. Please use your time, as Congress is absolutely jobless, to dig out a few more. By the way, I like to see how the Congress is putting me and Rahul Gandhi on the same platform. I like the fact that I have earned enough name and respect to be at par with him, who claims to be the opposition leader of the nation. And she says, thank you, Congress. So this is Khushbu Sundar defending that tweet. But of course, interesting that it plays out that a now BJP leader, who was a Congress leader at that time, had put out a similar comment about the Modi surname. And the Congress is saying there was no action against her. But a similar comment has got Rahul Gandhi convicted in a defamation case. And a similar comment has gotten him disqualified, while there's no action against Khushbu Sundar. So that's another controversy, another factor that's playing out in this entire controversy around Rahul Gandhi's conviction and his disqualification from the parliament as well. But currently, of course, the Congress party Satyagraha is being held at Rajghat in the national capital, despite the Delhi police denying them permission. The Delhi police have also imposed Section 144 there at Rajghat and in places around Rajghat to prevent this protest from happening. But the Congress party says that we are going ahead with our plan and nothing can deter us. We'll continue to track what happens with the Congress's protest, of course, senior leaders there, and also get you the details from the Congress's protests in other states as well after this very short break. Stay tuned.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right, and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
"20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition.
The Congress party is holding protests across the country in several states against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the Lok Sabha after he was convicted in a 2018 defamation case over a remark that he made on the Modi surname. These are visuals that we're showing you of the Congress party's protests in Himachal Pradesh, in Gurugram, in Haryana, in the national capital as well at Rajghat. The Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and senior Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, both of them are there at the Rajghat as a part of this satyagraha that the Congress party is holding. We're showing you the live visuals that we're getting from Rajghat there, where the Congress party is holding this satyagraha. Now, interestingly, the Delhi police have denied them permission to hold this protest, this sit-in protest at the Rajghat, and in fact, Section 144 has also been imposed in and around Rajghat to prevent this protest from happening. But despite that, the Congress party is clearly going ahead with this plan, and the Congress party says that this notice by the Delhi police is not going to change their plans, is not going to deter them. And the Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal tweeted that after silencing our voice in the parliament, the government has refused to let us hold a peaceful satyagraha on Bapu's Samadhi or the Rajghat as well. And he says that it has become a habit for the Modi government to disallow every opposition protest, and this will not deter us. Our fight for truth against tyranny goes on. While the BJP, of course, says that Rahul Gandhi hurt the sentiments of the OBC community through that remark on the Modi surname, and the BJP also says that the government of India or the Lok Sabha has no role in disqualifying Rahul Gandhi, because the law says, the rule says that as and when a member of parliament is convicted in a case and sentenced to at least 2 years, they automatically get disqualified from the parliament. And in the latest, Rahul Gandhi has in fact changed his Twitter bio, and he has added the fact that he's now a disqualified MP. He has added that part in his Twitter bio, that he's now a disqualified MP. Remember, he has said that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scared of the next speech that he could make in the parliament, and that's why he has been disqualified. There you can see Rahul Gandhi's Twitter bio there. The last part of that bio says that he is a disqualified MP. Remember, he was disqualified on Friday after he was convicted in the 2018 defamation case on his remark on the Modi surname. So there he has added that part in his Twitter bio, saying that he's a disqualified MP, and he's been saying that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scared of the next speech that he could make in the parliament, and the questions that he has been raising on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's links with the Adani group of companies, and also the questions that he's been raising and demanding a JPC on the Adani Hindenburg issue. So he's saying that because of all of these reasons, I have been disqualified, so I can no more raise these questions in the parliament. So that's the latest, an update in Rahul Gandhi's Twitter bio after he's been disqualified, just 2 days after he has been disqualified from the Lok Sabha. Now let's turn our attention back to the protest that the Congress party is carrying out against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification. And my colleague Tanishq Punjabi is joining us for more details on this. And Tanishq, the Delhi police clearly have denied permission to the Congress leaders to carry out any protests, especially at least in the national capital. But clearly they're going ahead with their plan.
Yes, Priyanshi, they are clearly going ahead with their plan after the permission being denied. Right now, they are sitting outside the Rajghat, and they are not allowed to enter the Rajghat. They are sitting, the Congress leaders are protesting outside the Rajghat. They are just outside the Rajghat. And in fact, we also saw Rahul Gandhi changing his Twitter bio to disqualified MP. Again, this also comes today, as of today only. He has changed his Twitter bio as disqualified MP. Now, this is the latest that we are gathering right now. We'll be coming up with more updates as to what is going to happen, since the permission has been denied to them, and they are obviously not allowed to protest, and Section 144 is applied in the area.
Right, Tanish, thanks very much for joining us with those details. So as Tanish was pointing out, that since the Congress leaders have been denied permission, and since they are not allowing him to go inside the Rajghat, that's why the Congress leaders are there outside protesting against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification. And Tanish, if I can also come to you on this, who are the Congress leaders that are present there at the protest? Of course, we can see the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is there too, but who all are there accompanying them in the Congress Satyagraha?
Yes, they are going to be all the top leaders of the Congress, and including, as you mentioned, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Mallikarjun Kharge, KC Venugopal. All the top leaders are going to be there. But as the time passes by, how many more leaders Congress cadre is going to join them, that remains seen as of now.
Right, Tanish, thanks for joining us with those details. So as you can see, and as we were pointing out, that Mallikarjun Kharge, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, along with KC Venugopal and Manikam Tagore, the Member of Parliament. So we saw several of those senior Congress leaders there at the Congress Party's Satyagraha that's being carried out. And of course, they are not allowed to go inside the Rajghat. So they are protesting outside the Rajghat, as the Delhi police have denied them permission, and they have cited the traffic situation and the law and order situation, denying permission to the Congress Party to hold their Satyagraha. But let's just listen in to what the Congress leaders say about their plan, about their protest that they are carrying out today.
सत्याग्रह जो है संकल्प यात्रा के तहत है, और जो बीजेपी सरकार और मोदी जी की सरकार राहुल जी को बोलने नहीं दे रही, और हम भी जो बोलते हैं उस पे वो हमेशा हमारे भाषणों को भी पार्लियामेंट में निकाल देते हैं और ये दबाव बनाते हैं कि हम कुछ भी नहीं बोले। अब राहुल जी को उन्होंने डिस्क्वालीफाई किया, उसका मतलब कि उनको बोलने नहीं देना।
मैं कह रहा हूं कि जहां-जहां हमने एनालिसिस करके त्रुटियां पाई हैं, वो हम हायर कोर्ट के सामने ले जाएंगे और उम्मीद करते हैं कि हायर कोर्ट से हमको राहत मिलेगी। हायर कोर्ट में हमको विश्वास है, जुडिशरी में हमें विश्वास है, हर कोर्ट में हमें विश्वास है, लेकिन इसीलिए अपील सिस्टम बनाया गया है कि जहां गलती हो, जहां त्रुटि हो, आप वो अपील में दूर करा सकें। क्या ऐसा होना चाहिए? क्या हम एक कानून बनाएं जिसमें जो आदमी कत्ल करता है उसको पार्लियामेंट से बाहर रखें, और उसी कानून में जो आदमी सच बोलता है उसको पार्लियामेंट से बाहर रखें? इसमें कुछ अंतर है कि नहीं? तो ये तो बड़े कोर्ट के सामने, हाई कोर्ट के सामने, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने हम रखेंगे, उनका जो फैसला होगा उसके बाद बात करेंगे।
And now moving on to the other big story of the day, the Indian Space Research Organization has launched a vehicle carrying 36 satellites into the space, and this was carried out from the Sriharikota spaceport in Andhra Pradesh. The launch vehicle Mark III rocket lifted off from the Satish Dhawan Space Center as part of the OneWeb India 2 mission. This is a commercial launch that ISRO has carried out, and it's important for ISRO's plans and pitch as a globally viable launch choice for global companies as well. And this one was for OneWeb. The satellites belonging to the OneWeb group of the UK have been deployed in the low Earth orbit and help the company launch global services later this year. The success of the commercial launch will also position ISRO as a viable service provider for companies trying to launch their satellites globally. Let's just listen in to what the ISRO chairman said on this, as he called the mission a success.
So we are happy that it performed very well in this mission. There were many more improvements in this rocket which are aimed towards making it human rated in the other stages and systems as well. So I'm very happy to see the progress incrementally happening moving towards the Gaganyaan mission as well. So at this moment, let us retire, and then we'll wait for the remaining news about the success of the separation of the remaining 16 satellites, and that will be informed to you through media as well as social media as well as our channels. So thank you then. Till then, goodbye from SDSC Shar Sriharikota. Thank you.
And now moving to a special story. It has been 3 years since the COVID-19 pandemic hit the world and our country as well. Now, there are several questions whether India could have handled the pandemic better, and how does India's performance compare with other countries such as China. My colleague Parimal Kumar looks into whether India handled the pandemic better than China, where we saw several waves and cases and deaths that were higher than what was reported in India. Let's just take a look at this report.
The world is still recovering from the coronavirus, which originated in China. But could China have handled the epidemic better? According to experts, China's first mistake in preventing the spread of the epidemic was the zero-COVID policy. As soon as the epidemic began spreading, a complete lockdown was imposed in China. Experts now view this as a big mistake.
ये जीरो कोविड पॉलिसी में इम्यूनिटी डेवलपमेंट का कोई स्कोप नहीं रह गया, एक्सपोजर मिनिमम रहा। और दूसरी बात कि चाइना में मेरा अपना मानना है, एक्सपर्ट्स हो सकता है भिन्न राय रखते हो, कि उनकी जो वैक्सीनेशन थी वो कारगर नहीं हुई। अब वैक्सीन की गुणवत्ता हो, तरीका हो, वो मैं नहीं बता सकता, बट वैक्सीनेशन कारगर नहीं हुई।
चाइना ने जो सबसे पहले अगर हम ये कहें कि गलती की, वो ये था कि पूरा लॉकडाउन किया। लॉकडाउन की वजह से जो एक नेचुरल इन्फेक्शन लोगों के अंदर होना चाहिए था, पर्टिकुलरली जो यंग पॉपुलेशन होती है या एडल्ट पॉपुलेशन होती है, उसमें इम्यूनिटी बहुत अच्छी डेवलप होती है, वो हमारे यहाँ पर हो पाया, उससे फ़ायदा भी हुआ। और दूसरा ये हम कह सकते हैं कि जो उन्होंने वैक्सीन डेवलप की, अपने ही देश की वैक्सीन को यूज़ किया और दूसरे देशों से जो अच्छी वैक्सीन बनी उनको नहीं यूज़ किया।
So far, 9,92,29,372 cases of coronavirus have been reported in China. The death toll is 12,775. Meanwhile, about 4,46,97,000 people are said to have been hit by the coronavirus. Of these, 5,30,808 people have died. Both in terms of those infected and the deaths, India's numbers have been less than half of those in China.
सबसे पहले तो मैं कहूँगी लीडरशिप एंड गवर्नेंस, इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ स्टेक होल्डर्स, तीसरा हमारा डिजिटलाइज्ड कोविन ऐप और वैक्सीनेशन कवरेज, साइंस के आधार पे वैक्सीन्स को देना, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हमारे हेल्थ केयर प्रोवाइडर्स की और पूरी पब्लिक की भी, कोई भी प्रोग्राम पब्लिक के सेहत से होता है, प्लस हमारी जो है ट्रीटमेंट गाइडलाइंस का समय समय पे चेंज होना।
China's economy was also badly affected by the virus and its government's policies.
1976 के बाद पहली बार जो है चाइना का जो इकोनॉमी है वो मतलब एक डिजिट में आ गया है, जो लगातार 3 साल से 2019 से लेकर 2022 तक जो है उनकी जो वार्षिक जो जीडीपी थी वो लगभग 2% के आसपास रही है। इस बार उनका जो इकोनॉमिक अनुमान आया है उसमें कहा गया है कि ये 5% तक हो सकता है।
NDTV ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट।
Now, as we look back after 3 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, let's also look at how our health infrastructure has changed. Especially the second wave put the health infrastructure in focus and the need to enhance our health infrastructure to deal with any such possible surges or pandemics in the future. Let's just take a look at this report that shows us how India handled the COVID-19 pandemic and how our medical infrastructure has changed after 3 years of the COVID-19 pandemic hitting us.
An eerie silence as cities, towns and villages across India went into a lockdown on the 24th of March 2020. The coronavirus was a new infection, and isolation and precautions were necessary to understand the virus. The only occasional sounds, the sirens of ambulances as they ripped across the streets. Fear and anxiety. And as people began to die of the virus, the government stood firm on its decision to keep the country under lockdown, even as it grappled with the extent of the danger from the new virus. Scientists and doctors started studying the virus to understand how it worked. There was no prescribed medical treatment for this never-before-seen virus, and the path to treatment was still being explored.
बेड्स बढ़े, बेड्स के साथ आईसीयू की सुविधाएं, वेंटिलेटर आदि बढ़ी और ऑक्सीजन की सप्लाई। आज हम निश्चित रूप से कह सकते हैं कि हर प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में या गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में ऑक्सीजन की पर्याप्त सुविधा उपलब्ध है या बेड की सुविधा उपलब्ध है।
The medical infrastructure was clearly unprepared for the new virus. Testing, treatment and beds, hospitals across the country cracking under the strain, but the virus resulted in the government ramping up medical care and infrastructure like never before. Testing, which was earlier done in just one lab, is now possible in 3,394 laboratories. 63,850 new ventilators have been added to state and central hospitals. There are 8,561 pediatric ventilators in these hospitals. To overcome the shortage of oxygen, 4,135 new PSA medical oxygen plants were planned. Of these, 4,126 are operational. In April 2020, beds with oxygen support were 62,458, which was increased to 5,15,000. And in hospitals, beds have gone up from 3,64,089 to 17,93,310. At the same time, in April 2020, the number of ICU beds in the country was 29,320, which has now been increased to 1,45,014. The number of labs equipped to identify coronavirus variants was 10 in December 2020. Now it has increased to 53.
सिर्फ पैंडेमिक के लिए नहीं है, जो हम डेली बीमारियों को ट्रीट करते हैं उसमें भी इसका बहुत उपयोग होगा। देखिए, जितनी भी बढ़ोतरी हुई है वो कोविड स्पेसिफिक नहीं है, वो हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्ट्रेंथनिंग है।
Corona also gave a push to new technology. Today, teleconsulting is accepted and is the norm. In the last 1.5 years, 105.7 million patients have been consulted through telephone treatment. Every day, 2 to 3 lakh patients contact doctors via teleconsulting. It also has a record of 5 lakh patients joining in a day. The service is being run by the Union Health Ministry with the help of 15,816 hubs.
पैंडेमिक टाइम पे जो हम लोगों ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप किया है वो बाकी बीमारियों में भी यूज होता है, क्योंकि ऐसा नहीं कि वेंटिलेटर्स या मॉनिटर्स सिर्फ कोविड में ही यूज होते हैं। जैसे अभी आजकल इन्फ्लुएंजा चल रहा है या अभी डेंगू का सीजन आने वाला है, वेक्टर बॉर्न डिजीजेस का, तो ये सारा सेटअप हमारा उसमें भी यूटिलाइज होता है। कुछ बीमारियां हैं जिनमें आइसोलेशन की जरूरत थी, जैसे मंकी पॉक्स था जिसमें आइसोलेशन की कंप्लीट जरूरत थी, तो उसके लिए हमने एक सेग्रीगेट अलग से वार्ड बना दिया, उसमें मंकी पॉक्स यूटिलाइज मतलब उसके लिए वार्ड यूज हुआ। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है कि मैन पावर, जो मैन पावर की ट्रेनिंग उस ड्यूरेशन में हुई है, लोगों को फियर निकल गया है कि किसी भी तरह का कोई इन्फेक्शियस डिजीज आए तो हम उसको हैंडल कर सकते हैं।
Central government schemes have also focused on strengthening the medical infrastructure in states.
एक था कोविड इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस पैकेज, जिसमें राज्य सरकारों को पहले पैकेज में 15,000 करोड़ रुपए और दूसरे पैकेज में 23,000 करोड़ रुपए की सहायता दी गई। दूसरा बड़ा इंटरवेंशन था आयुष्मान भारत प्रधानमंत्री हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मिशन PM अभीम। इसके तहत राज्य सरकारों को हेल्थ का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जहाँ जहाँ गैप थे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के, चाहे वो अस्पताल के रूप में हो, लैब के रूप में हो, क्रिटिकल केयर यूनिट के रूप में हो, उन सबको बनाने की वित्तीय सहायता दी गई।
With Parimal Kumar, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Now moving to the big international story, a huge tornado has killed over 25 people and destroyed several towns in Mississippi in the United States. US President Joe Biden has vowed to provide emergency support for the victims, and he said that the images from across Mississippi are heartbreaking and we will do everything we can to help. The survivors say that they have never seen anything like this and that their entire city is gone as they pick up pieces of what's left. US President Joe Biden has said that while we are still assessing the full extent of the damage, we know that many of our fellow Americans are not only grieving for family and friends, they've lost their homes and businesses as well. And authorities have warned that the death toll could unfortunately rise. now moving on to the other story. We had the opportunity to take a look at the most talked about smartphone of the year, and let's just look at the features, the promises of the OnePlus 11R.
OnePlus in its golden era was known for phones that delivered peak performance and a price point that put its competitors to shame. Recently, things haven't been going as well as they were, with the OnePlus flagship phones getting more expensive and failing to wow consumers. Enter the OnePlus 11 series, packed with features, hardware and promise at a competitive price point. Let's see what the 11R is capable of. The first thing that comes to attention is that the design of the OnePlus 11R is identical to the more premium OnePlus 11, apart from the position of the front camera. The phone looks and feels quite premium. The back is made of glass, which has a shiny finish to it. The back doesn't attract dust and fingerprints, but doesn't offer much grip either. The display is a curved glass, which feels really good to hold. What's good to see is the OnePlus trademark alert slider. The phone also features a OnePlus First IR blaster coupled with an IR remote app, which even the more premium OnePlus 11 doesn't have. The display is a 6.7-inch AMOLED display, which has a 120Hz adaptive refresh rate. With 1450 nits of peak brightness, the display is clear even under direct sunlight. The HDR10 Plus support and a stereo speaker setup, which is nice and loud, makes for a great device to consume content. Which brings us to the more than capable Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 processor, which can handle whatever you throw at it. The RAM management is impressive, as we face no issue shuffling between multiple apps. Kudos to OnePlus for bringing this powerful chipset to this phone. Other phones that use the same processor cost a whole lot more than the 11R. We had no problems running games such as Genshin Impact and Asphalt, except for slight heating after an hour or so of usage. The 5000 mAh battery powers the phone for a fairly long time and should easily be able to last you the day even with heavy usage. The phone does miss out on wireless charging, which would have been nice to have, but the 100-watt SuperVOOC charging can juice your phone from 0 to 100 in under 30 minutes. Now that's some speed. The phone has a triple camera setup. The 50-megapixel primary camera is the same sensor as the OnePlus 11. There is also an 8-megapixel ultra-wide camera and a 2-megapixel macro camera. The 50-megapixel primary camera does a stellar job at capturing details. There is no over-sharpening in the images, the colors are natural, and in daylight there isn't much to complain about. The portrait mode produces good results, and the separation between the foreground and the background doesn't look too artificial. The ultra-wide camera leaves a lot to be desired. The pictures are a little soft and the colors aren't consistent with the primary camera and lacks contrast. The difference in performance between the primary camera and the secondary cameras is a shame, but this is made up for in the OnePlus 11, which at the end of the day is the more premium phone. The phone comes with Oxygen 13 based on Android 13. The OS is quite similar to ColorOS. The phone comes with 3 years of Android updates and 4 years of security updates, which is great to see. To sum it up, OnePlus has done a great job with this phone, right from the build quality, performance, the long battery life paired with the super fast charging and a pleasing primary camera. With price starting at Rs 39,999, the OnePlus 11R punches above its weight class and is bound to be widely appreciated by consumers. It is safe to say that OnePlus is back.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an
लेकिन आपको नहीं आ रहा है बोले तो कुछ डिफेक्ट है क्या? देखो कानों में, मुझे मालूम नहीं। राज्यसभा के उपनेता प्रमोद तिवारी जी, आदि रंजन चौधरी जी और ट्रेजरर पवन बंसाल जी और हमारे प्रिय नेता और इस सभा में आकर इस सभा को बहुत ही जोश दिलाने में, इसको प्रेरित करने में जो आए हैं श्रीमती प्रियंका गांधी जी और तो सभी वरिष्ठ नेता इस मंच पर बैठे हैं और हमारी रीढ़ की हड्डी जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हैं वो हमारे सामने बैठे हैं। बगैर आपके हम कोई भी संघर्ष और संगठन नहीं कर सकते। तो आप सभी को मेरा स्वागत है और इस कार्यक्रम में पधारे हुए हमारे बड़े बस करो भाई, हमारे मीडिया के दोस्तों और भाइयों और बहनों, नौजवान साथियों, आज हम सभी लोग इस गांधी जी के जो स्मारक है, इस राजघाट पे जो हम आए हैं, ये दिखाने के लिए कि हम सब लोग एकजुट होकर राहुल गांधी जी के साथ खड़े हुए हैं, ये हमको दिखाना है। और ये जो सत्याग्रह है, ये 10 से 5 तक, ये सिर्फ एक आज के लिए है, लेकिन ऐसे सैकड़ों सत्याग्रह सारे देश में होंगे और हर जगह होंगे। कांग्रेस, बीजेपी सरकार और मोदी जी खास करके हमारे को कमजोर समझ रही है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति अहंकार से हमारे को कुचलने की कोशिश करता है तो उसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब देने का भी हमारे पास एक बार मुझे याद है, जब मैं विद्यार्थी था तो लॉ में पढ़ता था, तो उसी वक्त ये पाकिस्तान का युद्ध हो रहा था। तब लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने एक बात कही थी, हमें कमजोर मत समझो, हमारे पास वो शक्ति है, ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देंगे।
Right, so the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, they're saying that hundreds of these sit-in protests will be organized by the Congress Party. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is addressing his 99th Mann Ki Baat. Let's just listen in.
अमृतसर में रहते हैं। बहुत मन्नतों के बाद उन्हें एक बहुत सुंदर गुड़िया बिटिया हुई थी। घर के लोगों ने बहुत प्यार से उसका नाम रखा था अबाबत कौर। अबाबत का अर्थ दूसरे की सेवा से जुड़ा है, दूसरों का कष्ट दूर करने से जुड़ा है। अबाबत जब सिर्फ 39 दिन की थी तभी वो ये दुनिया छोड़कर चली गई, लेकिन सुखबीर सिंह सिंधु जी और उनकी पत्नी सुप्रीत कौर जी ने, उनके परिवार ने बहुत ही प्रेरणादायी फैसला लिया। ये फैसला था 39 दिन की उम्र वाली बेटी के अंगदान का, ऑर्गन डोनेशन का। हमारे साथ इस समय फोन लाइन पर सुखबीर सिंह और उनकी श्रीमती जी मौजूद है। आइए उनसे बात करते हैं। सुखबीर जी नमस्ते।
नमस्ते माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, सत श्री अकाल।
सत श्री अकाल जी, सत श्री अकाल जी। सुखबीर जी, मैं आज मन की बात के संबंध में सोच रहा था तो मुझे लगा कि अबाबत की बात इतनी प्रेरक है, वो आप ही के मुंह से सुनूं, क्योंकि घर में बेटी का जन्म जब होता है तो अनेक सपने, अनेक खुशियां लेकर आता है, लेकिन बेटी इतनी जल्दी चली जाए वो कष्ट कितना भयंकर होगा उसका भी मैं अंदाज लगा सकता हूं। जिस प्रकार से आपने फैसला लिया तो मैं सारी बात जानना चाहता हूं जी।
सर, भगवान ने बहुत अच्छा बच्चा दिया था हमें, बहुत प्यारी गुड़िया हमारे घर में आई थी। उसके पैदा होते ही हमें पता चला कि उसके दिमाग में एक ऐसा नाड़ियों का गुच्छा बना हुआ है जिसकी वजह से उसके दिल का आकार बड़ा हो रहा है। तो हम हैरान हो गए कि बच्चे की सेहत इतनी अच्छी है, इतना खूबसूरत बच्चा है और इतनी बड़ी समस्या लेकर पैदा हुआ है। तो पहले 24 दिन तक तो बहुत ठीक रहा बच्चा, बिल्कुल नॉर्मल रहा। अचानक उसका दिल एकदम काम करना बंद हो गया। तो हम जल्दी से उसको हॉस्पिटल लेके गए। वहाँ डॉक्टरों ने उसको रिवाइव तो कर दिया, लेकिन समझने में टाइम लगा कि इसको क्या दिक्कत आई, इतनी बड़ी दिक्कत के छोटा सा बच्चा और अचानक दिल का दौरा पड़ गया। तो हम उसको इलाज के लिए पीजीआई चंडीगढ़ ले गए। वहाँ बड़ी बहादुरी से उस बच्चे ने इलाज के लिए संघर्ष किया, लेकिन बीमारी ऐसी थी कि उसका इलाज इतनी छोटी उम्र में संभव नहीं था। डॉक्टरों ने बहुत कोशिश की कि उसको रिवाइव करवाया जाए। अगर 6 महीने के आसपास बच्चा चला जाए तो उसका ऑपरेशन करने की सोची जा सकती थी, लेकिन भगवान को कुछ और मंजूर था। उन्होंने केवल 39 डेज की जब हुई तो डॉक्टर्स ने कहा कि इसको दोबारा दिल का दौरा पड़ा है, अब उम्मीद बहुत कम रह गई है। तो हम दोनों मियाँ बीवी रोते हुए इस निर्णय पे पहुंचे कि हमने देखा था उसको बहादुरी से जूझते हुए, बार बार ऐसे लग रहा था जैसे कि अब चला जाएगी, लेकिन फिर रिवाइव कर रही थी। तो हमें लगा कि इस बच्चे का यहाँ आने का कोई मकसद है। तो उन्होंने जब बिल्कुल ही जवाब दे दिया तो हम दोनों ने डिसाइड किया कि क्यों ना हम इस बच्चे के ऑर्गन डोनेट कर दें, शायद किसी और की जिंदगी में उजाला आ जाए। फिर हमने पीजीआई के जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ब्लॉक है उनमें संपर्क किया और उन्होंने हमें गाइड किया कि इतने छोटे बच्चे के केवल किडनीज ही दी जा सकती हैं। परमात्मा ने हिम्मत दी, गुरु नानक साहब का फलसफा है, इसी सोच से हमने डिसीजन ले लिया जी।
नहीं, गुरुओं ने जो शिक्षा दी है उसको आपने जी करके दिखाया जी। सुरप्रीत जी हैं क्या, उनसे बात हो सकती है?
जी सर।
हेलो।
सुरप्रीत जी, मैं आपको प्रणाम करता हूँ।
नमस्कार सर। नमस्कार सर, ये हमारे लिए बड़ी गर्व की बात है कि आप हमसे बात कर रहे हैं।
आपने इतना बड़ा काम किया है और मैं मानता हूँ देश ये सारी बातें जब सुनेगा तो बहुत लोग किसी की जिंदगी बचाने के लिए आगे आएंगे। अबाबत का ये योगदान है, ये बहुत बड़ा है जी।
सर, ये भी गुरु नानक पातशाह जी की शायद बख्शिश थी कि उन्होंने हिम्मत दी ऐसा डिसीजन लेने में।
गुरुओं की कृपा के बिना तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता जी।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
सुखबीर जी, जब आप अस्पताल में होंगे और ये हिला देने वाला समाचार जब डॉक्टर ने आपको दिया, उसके बाद भी आपने स्वस्थ मन से, आपने और आपकी श्रीमती जी ने इतना बड़ा निर्णय किया। गुरुओं की सीख तो है ही है, आपके मन में इतना बड़ा उदार विचार, और सचमुच में अबाबत का जो अर्थ सामान्य भाषा में कहे तो मददगार होता है, ये काम कर दिया। ये उस पल को मैं सुनना चाहता हूँ जी।
सर, एक्चुअली हमारे एक फैमिली फ्रेंड है प्रिया जी, उन्होंने अपने ऑर्गन डोनेट किए थे, उनसे भी हमें प्रेरणा मिली। तो उस समय तो हमें लगा कि शरीर जो है पंच तत्वों में विलीन हो जाएगा, जो कोई बिछड़ जाता है, चला जाता है तो उसका शरीर को जला दिया जाता है या दबा दिया जाता है। लेकिन अगर उसके ऑर्गन किसी के काम आ जाए तो ये भले का ही काम है। और उस समय हमें और गर्व महसूस हुआ जब डॉक्टर्स ने ये बताया हमें कि आपकी बेटी इंडिया की यंगेस्ट डोनर बनी है जिसके ऑर्गन्स सक्सेसफुली ट्रांसप्लांट हुए। तो हमारा सर गर्व से ऊंचा हो गया कि जो नाम हम अपने पेरेंट्स का इस उम्र तक नहीं कर पाए, एक छोटा सा बच्चा आके इतने दिनों में हमारा नाम ऊंचा कर गया। और इससे और बड़ी बात है कि आज आपसे बात हो रही है इस विषय पे, हम प्राउड फील कर रहे हैं।
सुखबीर जी, आज आपकी बेटी का सिर्फ एक अंग जीवित है ऐसा नहीं है, आपकी बेटी मानवता की अमर गाथा की अमर यात्री बन गई है। अपने शरीर के अंश के जरिए वो आज भी उपस्थित है। इस नेक कार्य के लिए मैं आपकी, आपकी श्रीमती जी की, आपके परिवार की सराहना करता हूं।
थैंक यू सर।
साथियों, ऑर्गन डोनेशन के लिए सबसे बड़ा जज्बा यही होता है कि जाते जाते भी किसी का भला हो जाए, किसी का जीवन बच जाए। जो लोग ऑर्गन डोनेशन का इंतजार करते हैं वो जानते हैं कि इंतजार का एक एक पल गुजरना कितना मुश्किल होता है। और ऐसे में जब कोई अंगदान या देहदान करने वाला मिल जाता है तो उसमें ईश्वर का स्वरूप ही नजर आता है। झारखंड की रहने वाली स्नेहलता चौधरी जी भी ऐसी ही थी, जिन्होंने ईश्वर बनकर दूसरों को जिंदगी दी। 63 वर्ष की स्नेहलता चौधरी जी अपना हार्ट, किडनी और लीवर दान करके गई। आज मन की बात में उनके बेटे भाई अभिजीत चौधरी जी हमारे साथ हैं। आइए उनसे सुनते हैं। अभिजीत जी नमस्कार।
प्रणाम सर।
अभिजीत जी, आप एक ऐसी माँ के बेटे हैं जिसने आपको जन्म देकर एक प्रकार से जीवन तो दिया ही, लेकिन और जो अपनी मृत्यु के बाद भी आपकी माता जी कई लोगों को जीवन दे करके गई। एक पुत्र के नाते अभिजीत आप जरूर गर्व अनुभव करते होंगे।
हाँ जी सर।
आप अपनी माता जी के बारे में जरा बताइए, किन परिस्थितियों में ऑर्गन डोनेशन का फैसला लिया गया?
मेरी माता जी सरायकेला बोल के एक छोटा सा गांव है झारखंड में, वहाँ पे मेरे मम्मी पापा दोनों रहते हैं। ये पिछले 25 साल से लगातार मॉर्निंग वॉक करती थी और अपने हैबिट के अनुसार सुबह 4 बजे अपने मॉर्निंग वॉक के लिए निकली थी। उस समय एक मोटरसाइकिल वाले ने इनको पीछे से धक्का मारा और वो उसी समय गिर गई, जिससे उनको सर पे बहुत ज्यादा चोट लगा। तुरंत हम लोगों ने उनको सदर अस्पताल सरायकेला ले गए, जहाँ डॉक्टर साहब ने उनकी मरहम पट्टी की और खून बहुत निकल रहा था और उनको कोई सेंस नहीं था। तुरंत हम लोगों ने उनको टाटा मेन हॉस्पिटल लेके चले गए। वहाँ उनकी सर्जरी हुई। 48 घंटे के ऑब्जर्वेशन के बाद डॉक्टर साहब ने बोला कि वहाँ पे चांसेस बहुत कम है। फिर हमने उनको एयरलिफ्ट करके एम्स दिल्ली लेके आए हम लोग। यहाँ पे उनकी ट्रीटमेंट हुई तकरीबन 7-8 दिन। उसके बाद पोजीशन ठीक था। एक दिन उनका ब्लड प्रेशर काफी गिर गया। उसके बाद पता चला उनकी ब्रेन डेथ हो गई है। तब फिर डॉक्टर साहब हमें प्रोटोकॉल के हिसाब ब्रीफ कर रहे थे ऑर्गन डोनेशन के बारे में। हम अपने पिताजी को शायद ये नहीं बता पाते कि ऑर्गन डोनेशन टाइप का भी कोई चीज होता है, क्योंकि हमें लगा वो उस बात को अब्सॉर्ब नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो उनके दिमाग से हम ये निकालना चाहते थे कि ऐसा कुछ चल रहा है। जैसे हमने उनको बोला कि ऑर्गन डोनेशन की बातें चल रही है, तब उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं, ये मम्मी का बहुत मन था और हमें ये करना है। हम काफी निराश थे उस समय तक, जब तक हमें ये पता चला था कि मम्मी नहीं बच सकेगी। पर जैसे ही ये ऑर्गन डोनेशन वाला डिस्कशन चालू हुआ, वो निराशा एक बहुत ही पॉजिटिव साइड चला गया और हम काफी अच्छे एक बहुत ही पॉजिटिव एनवायरनमेंट में आ गए। उसको करते करते फिर हम लोग रात में 8 बजे काउंसलिंग हुई। दूसरे दिन हम लोगों ने ऑर्गन डोनेशन किया। इसमें मम्मी का एक सोच बहुत बड़ा था कि पहले वो काफी नेत्रदान और इन चीजों में, सोशल एक्टिविटीज में ये बहुत एक्टिव थी। शायद यही सोच को लेकर के ये इतना बड़ा चीज हम लोग कर पाए। और मेरे पिताजी का जो डिसीजन मेकिंग था इस चीज के बारे में, इस कारण से ये चीज हो पाया।
कितने लोगों को काम आया अंग?
इनका हार्ट, 2 किडनी, लिवर और दोनों आंख, ये डोनेशन हुआ था। तो 4 लोगों की जान और 2 जनों को आंख में।
अभिजीत जी, आपके पिताजी और माताजी दोनों नमन के अधिकारी हैं। मैं उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। और आपके पिताजी ने इतने बड़े निर्णय में आप परिवारजनों का नेतृत्व किया, ये वाकई बहुत ही प्रेरक है। और मैं मानता हूँ कि माँ तो माँ ही होती है, माँ एक अपने आप में प्रेरणा भी होती है, लेकिन माँ जो परंपराएं छोड़ करके जाती है, वो पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत बन जाती है। अंगदान के लिए आपकी माताजी की प्रेरणा आज पूरे देश तक पहुंच रही है। मैं आपके इस पवित्र कार्य और महान कार्य के लिए आपके पूरे परिवार को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। अभिजीत जी, धन्यवाद जी। और आपके पिताजी को हमारे प्रणाम जरूर कह देना।
जरूर जरूर, थैंक यू।
साथियों, 39 दिन की अबाबत कौर हो या 63 वर्ष की स्नेहलता चौधरी, इनके जैसे दानवीर हमें जीवन का महत्व समझाकर जाते हैं। हमारे देश में आज बड़ी संख्या में ऐसे जरूरतमंद है जो स्वस्थ जीवन की आशा में किसी ऑर्गन डोनेट करने वाले का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। मुझे संतोष है कि अंगदान को आसान बनाने और प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए पूरे देश में एक जैसी पॉलिसी पर भी काम हो रहा है। इस दिशा में राज्यों की डोमिसाइल की शर्त को हटाने का निर्णय भी लिया गया है। यानी अब देश के किसी भी राज्य में जाकर मरीज ऑर्गन प्राप्त करने के लिए रजिस्टर करवा पाएगा। सरकार ने ऑर्गन डोनेशन के लिए 65 वर्ष से कम आयु की आयु सीमा को भी खत्म करने का फैसला लिया है। इन प्रयासों के बीच मेरा देशवासियों से आग्रह है कि ऑर्गन डोनर ज्यादा से ज्यादा संख्या में आगे आए। आपका एक फैसला कई लोगों की जिंदगी बचा सकता है, जिंदगी बना सकता है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, ये नवरात्र का समय है, शक्ति की उपासना का समय है। आज भारत का जो सामर्थ्य नए सिरे से निखर कर सामने आ रहा है, उसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका हमारी नारी शक्ति की है। हाल फिलहाल ऐसे कितने ही उदाहरण हमारे सामने आए हैं। आपने सोशल मीडिया पर एशिया की पहली महिला लोको पायलट सुरेखा यादव जी को जरूर देखा होगा। सुरेखा जी एक और कीर्तिमान बनाते हुए वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस की भी पहली महिला लोको पायलट बन गई है। इसी महीने प्रोड्यूसर गुनीत मोंगा और डायरेक्टर कार्तिकी गोंजाल्विस, उनकी डॉक्यूमेंट्री एलिफेंट विस्परर्स ने ऑस्कर जीतकर देश का नाम रोशन किया है। देश के लिए एक और उपलब्धि भाभा एटॉमिक रिसर्च सेंटर की साइंटिस्ट बहन ज्योतिर्मयी मोहंती जी ने भी हासिल की है। ज्योतिर्मयी जी को केमिस्ट्री और केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग की फील्ड में IUPAC का विशेष अवार्ड मिला है। इस वर्ष की शुरुआत में ही भारत की अंडर 19 महिला क्रिकेट टीम ने T20 वर्ल्ड कप जीतकर नया इतिहास रचा। अगर आप राजनीति की ओर देखेंगे तो एक नई शुरुआत नागालैंड में हुई है। नागालैंड में 75 वर्षों में पहली बार 2 महिला विधायक जीतकर विधानसभा पहुंची है। इनमें से एक को नागालैंड सरकार में मंत्री भी बनाया गया है। यानी राज्य के लोगों को पहली बार एक महिला मंत्री भी मिली है। साथियों, कुछ दिनों पहले मेरी मुलाकात उन जाबाज बेटियों से भी हुई जो तुर्की में विनाशकारी भूकंप के बाद वहां के लोगों की मदद के लिए गई थी। ये सभी NDRF के दस्ते में शामिल थी। उनके साहस और कुशलता की पूरी दुनिया में तारीफ हो रही है। भारत ने UN मिशन के तहत शांति सेना में वुमेन ओनली प्लेटून की भी तैनाती की है। आज देश की बेटियां हमारी तीनों सेनाओं में अपने शौर्य का झंडा बुलंद कर रही है। ग्रुप कैप्टन शालिजा धामी कॉम्बैट यूनिट में कमांड अपॉइंटमेंट पाने वाली पहली महिला वायुसेना अधिकारी बनी है। उनके पास करीब 3000 घंटे का फ्लाइंग एक्सपीरियंस है। इसी तरह भारतीय सेना की जांबाज कैप्टन शिवा चौहान सियाचिन में तैनात होने वाली पहली महिला अधिकारी बनी है। सियाचिन में जहां पारा -60 डिग्री तक चला जाता है, वहां शिवा 3 महीनों के लिए तैनात रहेगी। साथियों, यह लिस्ट इतनी लंबी है कि यहां सबकी चर्चा करना भी मुश्किल है। ऐसी सभी महिलाएं, हमारी बेटियां आज भारत और भारत के सपनों को ऊर्जा दे रही है। नारी शक्ति की ये ऊर्जा ही विकसित भारत की प्राणवायु है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, इन दिनों पूरे विश्व में स्वच्छ ऊर्जा, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की खूब बात हो रही है। मैं जब विश्व के लोगों से मिलता हूं तो वो इस क्षेत्र में भारत की अभूतपूर्व सफलता की जरूर चर्चा करते हैं। खासकर भारत सोलर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में जिस तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है, वो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। भारत के लोग तो सदियों से सूर्य से विशेष रूप से नाता रखते हैं। हमारे यहाँ सूर्य की शक्ति को लेकर जो वैज्ञानिक समझ रही है, सूर्य की उपासना की जो परंपराएं रही हैं, वो अन्य जगहों पर कम ही देखने को मिलते हैं। मुझे खुशी है कि आज हर देशवासी सौर ऊर्जा का महत्व भी समझ रहा है और क्लीन एनर्जी में अपना योगदान भी देना चाहता है। सबका प्रयास की यही स्पिरिट आज भारत के सोलर मिशन को आगे बढ़ा रही है। महाराष्ट्र के पुणे में ऐसे ही एक बेहतरीन प्रयास ने मेरा ध्यान अपनी ओर खींचा है। यहाँ MSR ऑलिव सोसाइटी के लोगों ने तय किया कि वे सोसाइटी में पीने के पानी, लिफ्ट और लाइट जैसी सामूहिक उपयोग की चीजें अब सोलर जैसे ही चलाएंगे। इसके बाद सोसाइटी में सबने मिलकर सोलर पैनल लगवाए। आज इन सोलर पैनल से हर साल करीब 90,000 किलोवाट आवर बिजली पैदा हो रही है। इससे हर महीने लगभग 40,000 रुपए की बचत हो रही है। इस बचत का लाभ सोसाइटी के सभी लोगों को हो रहा है। साथियों, पुणे की तरह ही दमन दीव में जो दीव है, जो एक अलग जिला है, वहां के लोगों ने भी एक अद्भुत काम करके दिखाया है। आप जानते ही होंगे कि दीव सोमनाथ के पास है। दीव भारत का पहला ऐसा जिला बना है जो दिन के समय सभी जरूरतों के लिए 100% क्लीन एनर्जी का इस्तेमाल कर रहा है। दीव की इस सफलता का मंत्र भी सबका प्रयास ही है। कभी यहाँ बिजली उत्पादन के लिए संसाधनों की चुनौती थी। लोगों ने इस चुनौती के समाधान के लिए सोलर एनर्जी को चुना। यहाँ बंजर जमीन और कई बिल्डिंग्स पर सोलर पैनल्स लगाए गए। इन पैनल से दीव में दिन के समय जितनी बिजली जरूरत होती है उससे ज्यादा बिजली पैदा हो रही है। इस सोलर प्रोजेक्ट से बिजली खरीद पर खर्च होने वाले करीब 52 करोड़ रुपए भी बचे हैं। इससे पर्यावरण की भी बड़ी रक्षा हुई है। साथियों, पुणे और दीव उन्होंने जो कर दिखाया है, ऐसे प्रयास देश भर में कई और जगहों पर भी हो रहे हैं। इनसे पता चलता है कि पर्यावरण और प्रकृति को लेकर हम भारतीय कितने संवेदनशील हैं और हमारा देश किस तरह भविष्य की पीढ़ी के लिए बहुत जागृत है। मैं इस तरह के सभी प्रयासों की हृदय से सराहना करता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे देश में समय के साथ स्थिति परिस्थितियों के अनुसार अनेक परंपराएं विकसित होती हैं। यही परंपराएं हमारी संस्कृति का सामर्थ्य बढ़ाती हैं और उसे नित्य नूतन प्राण शक्ति भी देती है। कुछ महीने पहले ऐसी ही एक परंपरा शुरू हुई काशी में। काशी तमिल संगमम के दौरान काशी और तमिल क्षेत्र के बीच सदियों से चले आ रहे ऐतिहासिक और सांस्कृतिक संबंधों को सेलिब्रेट किया गया। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना हमारे देश को मजबूती देती है। हम जब एक दूसरे के बारे में जानते हैं, सीखते हैं, तो एकता की ये भावना और प्रगाढ़ होती है। यूनिटी की इसी स्पिरिट के साथ अगले महीने गुजरात के विभिन्न हिस्सों में सौराष्ट्र तमिल संगमम होने जा रहा है। सौराष्ट्र तमिल संगमम 17 से 30 अप्रैल तक चलेगा। मन की बात के कुछ श्रोता जरूर सोच रहे होंगे कि गुजरात के सौराष्ट्र तमिलनाडु से क्या संबंध है। दरअसल सदी पहले सौराष्ट्र के अनेकों लोग तमिलनाडु के अलग अलग हिस्सों में बस गए थे। ये लोग आज भी सौराष्ट्री तमिल के नाम से जाने जाते हैं। उनके खान पान, रहन सहन, सामाजिक संस्कारों में आज भी कुछ कुछ सौराष्ट्र की झलक मिल जाती है। मुझे इस आयोजन को लेकर तमिलनाडु से बहुत से लोगों ने सराहना भरे पत्र लिखे हैं। मदुरई में रहने वाले जयचंद्रन जी ने एक बड़ी ही भावुक बात लिखी है। उन्होंने कहा है कि 1000 साल के बाद पहली बार किसी ने सौराष्ट्र तमिल के रिश्तों के बारे में सोचा है। सौराष्ट्र से तमिलनाडु आकर के बसे हुए लोगों को पूछा है। जयचंद्रन जी की बातें हजारों तमिल भाई बहनों की अभिव्यक्ति है। साथियों, मन की बात के श्रोताओं को मैं असम से जुड़ी हुई एक खबर के बारे में बताना चाहता हूं। ये भी एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना को मजबूत करती है। आप सभी जानते हैं कि हम वीर लासित बोरफुकन जी की 400वीं जयंती मना रहे हैं। वीर लासित बोरफुकन ने अत्याचारी मुगल सल्तनत के हाथों से गुवाहाटी को आजाद करवाया था। आज देश इस महान योद्धा के अदम्य साहस से परिचित हो रहा है। कुछ दिन पहले लासित बोरफुकन के जीवन पर आधारित निबंध लेखन का एक अभियान चलाया गया था। आपको यह जानकर आश्चर्य होगा कि इसके लिए करीब 45 लाख लोगों ने निबंध भेजे। आपको ये जानकर भी खुशी होगी कि अब यह एक गिनीज रिकॉर्ड बन चुका है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, और जो ज्यादा प्रसन्नता की बात यह है कि वीर लासित बोरफुकन पर ये जो निबंध लिखे गए हैं, उसमें करीब करीब 23 अलग अलग भाषाओं में लिखा गया है और लोगों ने भेजा है। इनमें असमिया भाषा के अलावा हिंदी, अंग्रेजी, बांग्ला, बोडो, नेपाली, संस्कृत, संथाली जैसी भाषाओं में लोगों ने निबंध भेजे हैं। मैं इस प्रयास का हिस्सा बने सभी लोगों की हृदय से प्रशंसा करता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, जब कश्मीर या श्रीनगर की बात होती है तो सबसे पहले हमारे सामने उसकी वादियां और डल झील की तस्वीर आती है। हम में से हर कोई डल झील के नजारों का लुत्फ उठाना चाहता है, लेकिन डल झील में एक और बात खास है। डल झील अपने स्वादिष्ट लोटस स्टेम्स, कमल के तनों या कमल ककड़ी के लिए भी जानी जाती है। कमल के तनों को देश में अलग अलग जगह अलग अलग नाम से जानते हैं। कश्मीर में इन्हें नादरू कहते हैं। कश्मीर के नादरू की डिमांड लगातार बढ़ रही है। इस डिमांड को देखते हुए डल झील में नादरू की खेती करने वाले किसानों ने एक एफपीओ बनाया है। इस एफपीओ में करीब 250 किसान शामिल हुए हैं। आज ये किसान अपने नादरू को विदेशों तक भेजने लगे हैं। अभी कुछ समय पहले ही इन किसानों ने 2 खेप यूएई भेजी है। ये सफलता कश्मीर का नाम तो कर ही रही है, साथ ही इससे सैकड़ों किसानों की आमदनी भी बढ़ी है। साथियों, कश्मीर के लोगों का कृषि से ही जुड़ा हुआ ऐसा ही एक और प्रयास इन दिनों अपनी कामयाबी की खुशबू फैला रहा है। आप सोच रहे होंगे कि मैं कामयाबी की खुशबू क्यों बोल रहा हूं? बात है ही खुशबू की, सुगंध की ही तो बात है। दरअसल जम्मू कश्मीर के डोडा जिले में एक कस्बा है भदरवा। यहाँ के किसान दशकों से मक्के की पारंपरिक खेती करते आ रहे थे, लेकिन कुछ किसानों ने कुछ अलग करने की सोची। उन्होंने फ्लोरिकल्चर यानी फूलों की खेती का रुख किया। आज यहाँ के करीब 2500 किसान, 2500 किसान लेवेंडर की खेती कर रहे हैं। इन्हें केंद्र सरकार के एरोमा मिशन से मदद भी मिली है। इस नई खेती ने किसानों की आमदनी में बड़ा इजाफा किया है और आज लेवेंडर के साथ साथ इनकी सफलता की खुशबू भी दूर दूर तक फैल रही है। साथियों, जब कश्मीर की बात हो, कमल की बात हो, फूल की बात हो, सुगंध की बात हो, तो कमल के फूल पर विराजमान रहने वाली मां शारदा का स्मरण आना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। कुछ दिन पूर्व ही कुपवाड़ा में मां शारदा के भव्य मंदिर का लोकार्पण हुआ है। ये मंदिर उसी मार्ग पर बना है जहां से कभी शारदा पीठ के दर्शनों के लिए जाया करते थे। स्थानीय लोगों ने इस मंदिर के निर्माण में बहुत मदद की है। मैं जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को इस शुभ कार्य के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, इस बार मन की बात में बस इतना ही। अगली बार आपसे मन की बात के 100वें एपिसोड में मुलाकात होगी। आप सभी अपने सुझाव जरूर भेजिए। मार्च के इस महीने में हम होली से लेकर नवरात्रि तक कई पर्व और त्योहारों में व्यस्त रहे हैं। रमजान का पवित्र महीना भी शुरू हो चुका है। अगले कुछ दिनों में श्री राम नवमी का महापर्व भी आने वाला है। इसके बाद महावीर जयंती, गुड फ्राइडे और ईस्टर भी आएंगे। अप्रैल के महीने में हम भारत के 2 महान विभूतियों की जयंती भी मनाते हैं। ये 2 महापुरुष हैं महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले और बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर। इन दोनों ही महापुरुषों ने समाज में भेदभाव मिटाने के लिए अभूतपूर्व योगदान दिया। आज आजादी के अमृतकाल में हमें ऐसी महान विभूतियों से सीखने और निरंतर प्रेरणा लेने की जरूरत है। हमें अपने कर्तव्यों को सबसे आगे रखना है। साथियों, इस समय कुछ जगहों पर कोरोना भी बढ़ रहा है। इसलिए आप सभी को एहतियात बरतनी है, स्वच्छता का भी ध्यान रखना है। अगले महीने मन की बात के 100वें एपिसोड में हम लोग फिर मिलेंगे। तब तक के लिए मुझे विदा दीजिए। धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
Let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate.
श्री अधीर रंजन जी, पर बैठे सारे कांग्रेस के नेतागण, मेरे प्यारे कार्यकर्ता, यूपी के मेरे सारे साथी, हम आज यहाँ, सुनाई दे रहा है? सुनिए, अब बोलो, इजाजत है? मेरे यूपी के भाइयों, बोलने दो। देखिए, यहाँ पे बैठे हुए मेरे मन में एक पुरानी बात आई। 32 साल पुरानी बात है, मई 1991 की बात है। मेरे पिता की शव यात्रा 3 मूर्ति भवन से निकल रही थी। अपनी मां के साथ और अपने भाई के साथ हम एक गाड़ी में बैठे थे। सामने भारतीय सेना की एक ट्रक थी, फूलों से लदी हुई थी। उसके ऊपर मेरे पिताजी का शव था। थोड़ी देर काफिला चला, 5-10 मिनट चला, फिर राहुल कहने लगे मैं उतरना चाहता हूँ। तो माँ ने मना किया। उस समय सुरक्षा का भी बहुत वो था, तो माँ ने कहा नहीं, तुम उतर नहीं सकते। राहुल ने जिद की, नहीं मैं उतरूंगा। मैंने माँ से कहा माँ उतरने दो। राहुल गाड़ी से उतरा, उस सेना की ट्रक के पीछे खड़ा होके चलने लगा और 3 मूर्ति से लेके कड़ी धूप में अपने पिता के जनाजे के पीछे पीछे पैदल चलते 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 यहाँ पहुंचा। इस जगह से कुछ 400-500 गज दूर यहाँ पर मेरे शहीद पिता के अंतिम संस्कार मेरे भाई ने। सुनिए, वो चित्र मेरे दिमाग में अभी भी है, मेरे मन में है। मेरे पिता का शव इस तिरंगे झंडे में लपेटा गया था। इस तिरंगे के नीचे मेरे पिता का शव था और उसके पीछे चलते चलते मेरा भाई यहाँ आया। उस शहीद पिता का अपमान हरी संसद में किया जाता है। ठीक है। उस शहीद के बेटे को आप देशद्रोही कहते हैं, आप मीर जाफर कहते हैं, उसकी आप मां का अपमान करते हैं। आपके मंत्री मेरी मां का अपमान भरी संसद में करते हैं। आपके एक मुख्यमंत्री कहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी को पता भी नहीं है कि उनका पिता कौन है। आपके प्रधानमंत्री भरी संसद में खड़े होकर कहते हैं कि ये परिवार नेहरू नाम को इस्तेमाल क्यों नहीं करता। पूरे परिवार का अपमान करते हैं। कश्मीरी पंडित समाज के रिवाज का अपमान करते हैं, जिसके तहत एक बेटा अपने बाप के मरने पर पगड़ी पहनता है, परिवार की परंपरा को आगे बढ़ाता है। लेकिन आप पर कोई मुकदमा नहीं होता, आपको 2 साल की कोई सजा नहीं मिलती, आपको जेल की सजा नहीं मिलती, आपको संसद से कोई बाहर नहीं निकालता, आपको मना नहीं करता कि 8 सालों के लिए आप चुनाव नहीं लड़ सकते। क्यों? मैं पूछना चाहती हूं क्यों? तक हम चुप रहे हैं, हमारे परिवार का अपमान करते गए करते गए करते गए। मेरे भाई ने क्या कहा, संसद में वो मोदी जी के पास गए और उनसे गले लगे। मेरे भाई ने कहा मैं आपसे नफरत नहीं करता हूं, मेरे दिल में आपके लिए कोई नफरत नहीं है, हमारी विचारधारा अलग है, लेकिन हमारी नफरत की विचारधारा नहीं है। तो मैं पूछना चाहती हूं, एक आदमी का कितना अपमान करोगे, कितना अपमान करोगे? क्या यही है इस देश की परंपरा? आप परिवारवादी कहते हैं, तो भगवान राम कौन थे? भगवान राम को वनवास में भेजा गया, उन्होंने अपने परिवार, अपनी धरती के प्रति अपना धर्म निभाया। क्या भगवान राम परिवारवादी थे?
So the Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, they're hitting out at the BJP and the centre, saying that so many BJP ministers, members of parliament have insulted the Gandhi family in both the houses of the parliament, and they've never faced defamation cases, they've never faced conviction or disqualification. But Rahul Gandhi made one comment and he has been disqualified from the parliament and he's been convicted for 2 years. So that's the attack that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is launching at the BJP, at the Congress's Satyagraha that is being held outside the Rajghat in the national capital, and the Congress is in fact protesting across several states in the entire country. My colleague Tanishk is there where the Congress Satyagraha is currently being held outside the Rajghat. And Tanishk, well, we just heard Priyanka Gandhi Vadra attacking the BJP government, saying that none of their ministers have ever faced disqualification or conviction. Take us through the size of this Satyagraha that's currently being held. How many leaders are there and what does the situation look like to you there?
I am right outside Rajghat where the Satyagraha is happening. The Congress party was not allowed to enter the Rajghat due to the section 144 has been imposed in the area. There was heavy deployment while we were entering the Rajghat. There was heavy police deployment. But right now, hundreds of Congress workers Satyagraha and more joining as we speak. So there are a lot of Congress workers, at least in hundreds. Top Congress leaders, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Mallikarjun Kharge, Jairam Ramesh, P. Chidambaram, Ajay Makan, all of them are present here at the Satyagraha. And just few minutes right now, Priyanka Gandhi is addressing the Congress workers. Few minutes back, Mallikarjun Kharge was addressing the Congress workers, and she was speaking about Mallikarjun Kharge was speaking about one of the key points he mentioned was that he thanked the opposition for standing by Rahul Gandhi. So yeah, that was one of the key points he talked about. And after that, after Mallikarjun Kharge, it is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra who is giving the speech addressing the Congress workers here at Rajghat. But right now, one of the key questions is that police has not allowed for this protest, for this Satyagraha, and there is heavy deployment outside, just entering the road of the Rajghat. What will happen next remains to be seen. Over to you, Priyanshi.
Thanks very much for joining us with those details. So as Tanishk was also pointing out that the Congress's Satyagraha is going forward despite the Delhi police denying them permission to carry out this sit-in protest. And while currently Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is speaking at the Congress's Satyagraha, as Tanishk was pointing out that the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge also just spoke a short while ago, and he also said that there was no basis for the defamation case and Rahul Gandhi never spoke against anyone, and they just want to silence Rahul Gandhi and the opposition at large.
सूरत में लाकर केस रजिस्टर करके बार-बार राहुल जी को बुलाए, उनकी बात सुने, उन्होंने कुछ किसी के खिलाफ नहीं बोले और कोई ऐसा डिफेमेशन केस नहीं होने वाला था, लेकिन इनको राहुल जी का मुंह बंद करना है, जो अपने विचार सत्य के लिए रखते हैं और लोगों के लिए रखते हैं। वो चाहते हैं अगर राहुल जी का मुंह बंद कर दिए तो ऑटोमेटिक कांग्रेस खत्म होगी, कांग्रेस का मुंह बंद कर दिया। ये उनके विचार है, उन्हीं के पीछे क्यों हैं, दूसरों को क्यों नहीं करते? क्योंकि वो एक ही मजबूत इंसान है, ना डरता है और किसी के सामने झुकता नहीं।
मैं इस वक्त गांधी समाधि के ठीक सामने हूं, जहां पर कांग्रेस के नेता आज सत्याग्रह करना चाहते थे, लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस ने उन्हें इजाजत नहीं दी गई है। यहां पर भारी सुरक्षा का इंतजाम किया गया है। रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स के जवान हैं, दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं, और दिल्ली पुलिस ने ये कहा है कि इस पूरे इलाके में धारा 144 लगाई गई है और यहां पर 5 से ज्यादा लोगों को जमा होने की इजाजत नहीं है। और कांग्रेस ने जो परमिशन मांगी थी सत्याग्रह की, उसे रिजेक्ट कर दिया गया है। और इसमें दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से ये कहा गया है कि यहाँ पर कानून व्यवस्था, सुरक्षा और जो ट्रैफिक के कारणों की वजह से अब परमिशन यहाँ पर नहीं दी गई है कांग्रेस के नेताओं को सत्याग्रह करने की। और इसलिए जो ये सड़क है बापू की समाधि के ठीक सामने, आप मेरी बाईं तरफ आप देख सकते हैं कि कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने यहाँ पर एक मंच बनाया है जहाँ पर वो सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं। और यहाँ मंच पर मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे हैं, प्रियंका गांधी हैं, मुकुल वासनिक, पी चिदम्बरम, जयराम रमेश, सलमान खुर्शीद, अधीर रंजन चौधरी जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता मंच पर हैं। यहाँ कोई भाषणबाजी नहीं हो रही है। बार बार कार्यकर्ताओं को ये कहा जा रहा है कि वो नारेबाजी यहाँ पर नहीं कर सकते। शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से यहाँ पर सत्याग्रह चल रहा है। लेकिन मेरी बाईं तरफ आप देख सकते हैं बहुत बड़ी संख्या में कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता यहाँ जमा हुए हैं और ये पोस्टर्स लेकर आए हैं। राहुल गांधी, किसानों की आवाज़, इस तरह के बहुत सारे पोस्टर्स हैं जो लेकर यहाँ पर जो कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर जमा हुए हैं राहुल गांधी के समर्थन में। और फिलहाल ये जो सत्याग्रह है ये आज शाम तक चलेगा, ऐसे कांग्रेस के नेताओं की तरफ से कहा गया है। ये एक सांकेतिक विरोध प्रदर्शन है राहुल गांधी के समर्थन में, और इस विरोध प्रदर्शन के जरिए कांग्रेस के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं और कांग्रेस के जो नेता हैं वो यहाँ बापू की समाधि के सामने एकजुट हुए हैं, शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं। गौरी प्रसाद के साथ हिमांशु शेखर, एनडीटीवी इंडिया।
So the satyagraha will continue till 5 p.m. this evening. We'll continue to track that after this very short break. Stay tuned.
Punjab
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right, and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan.
All right, we're getting breaking news now on the COVID front that COVID cases have increased again today. 1,890 new COVID cases have been reported in the last 24 hours, which is up from 1,590 cases reported yesterday. In fact, this has taken the COVID case tally, the daily new COVID cases, that count to the highest since October 28th, 2022, which means that COVID cases are now at a near 5-month high. The daily positivity rate has also risen to 1.5%, which is up from 0.7% 5 days ago. 4 new COVID deaths were reported in the last 24 hours, which is up from an average of 1 to 2 deaths reported, 1 to 2 deaths that were reported in the month of January and February. Now, the highest active cases are in Kerala, Maharashtra and Gujarat, with over 60% of the total active cases in the country coming in from these 3 states. The total active caseload in the country is at 9,433, which is up 43% in just the last 5 days. And average daily COVID cases, that count is also up by 8 times in just a matter of a month. So that reminds all of us to take COVID precautions and also get vaccinated as COVID is rising yet again. Now moving to the other big story, the Indian Space Research Organization launched a rocket this morning carrying 36 satellites into the space from the Sriharikota spaceport in Andhra Pradesh. The launch vehicle Mark III rocket lifted off from the Satish Dhawan Space Center as part of the OneWeb India 2 mission. The satellites belonging to OneWeb Group of the United Kingdom have been deployed in the low Earth orbit and will help the company launch global communication services later this year.
Here from the Mission Control Center, we can...
With that, time for a very short break. We'll be back with more. Stay tuned.
जितना आप सोच सको उससे भी फास्ट है।
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young. at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track.
Hello and welcome to The Big Fight, a show that is young at 23, the oldest running debate show on Indian news television. I'm Sanket Upadhyay. Now, if you look at the events of the last few weeks, and I'm saying few weeks because that is what has happened, you can either call it an event or a very uneventful stint in Parliament, depending on your mental orientation. The fact that nothing happened in Parliament, and the accusation was that the Treasury benches are the reason why nothing is happening in Parliament. While that continued this week itself, a disqualification has happened, and that too of the tallest leader in the Congress party, Rahul Gandhi. He's been disqualified because of a conviction in a defamation case over a speech that he made in Kolar in Karnataka, and a court in Surat pronounced its verdict. Now this disqualification is automatic. That's how the law is. But keeping legality aside, and we'll talk about the legal aspects also, but for this moment, keeping legality aside, politically we see both the BJP and the Congress party starting their messaging campaign. So as far as BJP is concerned, they look at this as an attack and an assault against OBCs. Why Rahul Gandhi chose to defame all people with a Modi surname. And on the other hand, you've got the Congress party, which is mounting a campaign saying that Savarkar nahi Gandhi hai, will not apologize. So both are taking these messages to their respective constituencies ahead of 2024. The big question on the big fight is this: whose messaging will deliver in 2024? Let's kickstart the big fight. I have with me in the studio Mr. Desh Ratan Nigam. He's an advocate in the Supreme Court. Shazia Elmi, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Thank you very much for joining us. Anshul Avijit, spokesperson of the Congress. Thank you very much to you too. Jayanto Ghoshal, senior journalist. Thank you for joining us. N.K. Singh is a senior journalist who joins us via satellite. And we also have Mr. Aman Lekhi, senior advocate of the Supreme Court and former ASG. Thank you very much, Mr. Lekhi. Let's kick start the big fight. I have with me in the studio Mr. Desh Ratan Nigam. He's an advocate in the Supreme Court. Thank you very much for joining us. Anshul Avijit, spokesperson of the Congress. Thank you very much to you too. Jayanto Ghoshal, senior journalist who joins us via satellite. And we also have Mr. Aman Lekhi, senior advocate of the Supreme Court and former ASG. Thank you very much, Mr. Lekhi. We begin the show with what we call is the first punch, where each of you get 1 minute time to make your opening submissions. Shazia Elmi, will begin with you. Your time starts now.
So I think this is followed judicial process, and it's all for everybody to see. I think Rahul Gandhi finally will have to realize that in public life, words have to be chosen carefully. And the kind of arrogance that has been displayed by this leader, not just once but many times, it just goes on to say that there is a clear lack of sobriety, propriety. And here, this beats all levels of political correctness, incorrectness, I should say, when the OBC community is being targeted, when an entire community is, terms are being used which broad brushes the entire community and vilifies them. So I think a lesser, as the court says, a lesser judgment would have sent out a wrong message. It is high time that Rahul Gandhi mends his ways. This is not the first time that has happened. This is the 6th matter, 7th actually, if you include the National Herald case. So it's time that he learns to respect people, the communities and the various castes and the citizens of this country.
Okay, fine. Anshul Avijit, your opening comments.
Well, let me be clear and categorical. There is no question of ever defaming any community at all, because the central ideology of the Congress party is social justice. We have full faith in the judicial process, in the judiciary, because there are inbuilt corrective mechanisms in that. We will appeal them. Of course, there is a disagreement with the judgment, which we have every right to have. But the broader question is not about this case. It is about what is happening in India in the last 8 years. There is the tyranny of the executive. The executive is overreaching itself. Over the past 8 years, there have been an alarming number of cases of the ED. About 97% of them have been against the opposition members. I mean, this would raise some sort of suspicion. Again, moving on, the opposition voice is being muzzled. The legislature is not being allowed to function. One of the great pillars of democracy, after all, if people are chosen, they are chosen to represent them in the legislature. There is no debate in the legislature. Their voice is being stifled and being muzzled. People's civil liberties are being curbed.
Sure.
And of course, the freedom of the press is being taken away.
Okay. I'm going to come back to you. Some legal voices also now. Aman Lekhi, your opening comments, sir.
Well, I personally feel the whole case actually hinges not on the offense of defamation, but the condition precedent for initiation of defamation, that is person aggrieved. Now, person aggrieved is not defined, and because it's not defined, it depends upon the nature of the case and the circumstances. In the circumstances are seen quite obviously the target of Rahul's attack, and as far as public discourse is concerned, it's lacking in refinement and erudition, and what Rahul said is a case in point, but that is across the political spectrum. It's quite obvious that the engagement of Rahul was with Mr. Modi, who actually showed some sagacity by not actually initiating criminal proceedings, because if he is the target of the attack and is presented to be a criminal, in that event, his legitimate grievance would be allocated in court. That said, question is he did not come. So what is the locus of the person who actually came? Because merely being part of a group doesn't entitle a person to come to the court for hurt feelings. There has to be injury, that is legal injury, which he should suffer personally. So whether that requirement is satisfied, it's not known. Number one. Number two, I feel as for the sentence is concerned, whatever Shazia may say, yes, they have to be held to rigorous standards. 2 years is the maximum punishment. That is in some way connected to 8 of the representation of people that are disqualification. And the immediacy of the disqualification may suggest is some kind of connect between the verdict and the disqualification. This is number 2. Number 3, notwithstanding disqualification, in spite of its being immediate, judicial re-examination of what the court of first instance does is rooted in our polity. So to preempt the outcome for court by immediately disqualifying, when the court, which has in fact convicted, has given 30 days of appeal, seems to be incorrect. It's lacking in propriety.
Okay, I think it's an important point you're making, Mr. Lekhi. If you allow me, I'm going to circle back to you in just a short moment once we are done with the opening comments. Deshratan Nigam.
Well, this present verdict clearly, establishes one fact, and which runs across the political spectrum, that we should be more responsible, and probably this verdict will make political leaders across party lines more responsible. And this is one lesson I believe this verdict is sending. Yes, there are several other issues also which this verdict has raised. The political warfare will be, done at the political level, and the political parties would do it. But legally speaking, I believe, although I am not a lawyer in this particular case, nor I have seen the file, the correct position of law would come after reading the file, the entire material on record. And the most important question today is the opposition unity which they are trying to do is based on corruption, which is very shocking. And most of the cases, if you look at whether it was SP or BSP, they have been filed on each other's complaint, whether it was Congress also. So ultimately what happens today is the opposition has to stand on its own merit and legs, not on the basis of corruption.
Okay, Jayanta Ghoshal.
At the outset, I will say that what will be the political outcome of this controversy, I mean after this disqualification, who will be the beneficiary politically, that's a different story. That is but very important story, because as you said that both the camps, they are trying to explore the possibility. But I should say, because this is my opinion, that what Rahul Gandhi has done, it's a major mistake, because what he has said, that is not proper, because the content of Rahul Gandhi's statement, I cannot support it. This is number one. Number two, that when you are in politics, you have to see that how many other political parties are supporting you. On this issue, all the regional parties, in fact, there is an attempt to unification of the opposition parties on the enforcement and CBI issue. But on this particular statement, I am not seeing that much consolidated voice of opposition parties
opposition.
Also.
Okay.
And number three point, that you have to communicate. You have to communicate.
I'm going to come back
to you. There's an error of communication.
You can elaborate on these points. Mr. N.K. Singh, your opening comments.
In logic classes at graduation level, there is one basic doctrine. All cows are animals, but all animals are not cows. And that is how what Rajiv Gandhi said on that day, which is being questioned, is एक छोटा सा सवाल है. इन सभी चोरों के नाम मोदी मोदी कैसे हैं? Then he reads out three names: Nirav Modi, Lalit Modi, and of course another Modi. आप अभी ढूंढेंगे तो कुछ और भी ऐसे मोदी निकलेंगे. Now the question is, he had not targeted Modi as title or a community. I mean, it's not. And this is the basic thing which the judge, the magistrate, judicial magistrate must have looked at, which he had completely ignored. Second, there is a difference between legitimacy and legality. Legally, the speaker, what the speaker has done today may be valid within his rights, but he has lost legitimacy. Because tomorrow, now in reverse logic, sometimes you tend to prove your point from conclusion to premise. Now you take one. Tomorrow, suppose a court, an appellate court, suddenly says, no, I stay the conviction. Will the speaker not have to reverse his orders?
No, of course he will have to.
Denigrate his institution?
One more, Mr. Singh, that is how the law is. And we know that in the case of the Lakshadweep MP, the court did reverse her decision. And now...
Since you have interjected me, another question. When Narendra Modi ji, the Prime Minister, in a public speech said, the question that DNA of a Chief Minister, was it not the worst kind of gali in this country? Did anything happen? 50 crore ki girlfriend, did anything
I think
happen?
these are relevant points, and I'm going to ask them
we must question
we must question everyone and question everything. I agree to that point, Mr. Singh. But you know, Anshul, Avijit, let me come back to you. Do you feel that if you rewind the clock and take it back exactly 10 years, that moment at the Press Club of India where Rahul Gandhi had come in, and I know this because I was in that press conference, Ajay Makan was hosting the press conference, Rahul Gandhi came in, made a surprise visit, picked up an ordinance which was negating this exact rule, tore it apart. Do you think today he would be regretting doing that? Because had that ordinance existed, he would have been outside and not disqualified.
There is no question of any kind of regret. You think, I mean, one is so fickle as to think that no, now that it's gone against you, you're going to regret the decision that you made. I mean, that's not how it works. We are steadfast in our commitment to make politics free. of this kind of any kind of malafide intentions. This is not the case, and therefore we will appeal this particular case. There was no malafide intent or maliciousness in what was being said, and we will appeal to that. But our conviction remains strong. Our commitment to the politics.
My next question. While Mr. N.K. Singh said that we have to question the other such defamatory comments which have been made, I will come to that in just a short moment and ask Shazia Elmi those questions. Do you feel that this has been done deliberately by the Congress party because you want to take this message down to your constituents and constituency that, look, here is a man who does not apologize. Here is a man who wanted to speak in Parliament and was not allowed to, and now will not be allowed to because he stands disqualified. Thus, Rahul Gandhi was right in what he said in London. Is that the message you want to take down to the people? And will your constituents or constituency be convinced of your messaging?
No, the fact that Indian democracy is under threat and the fact that the statements were made in England, it was not a political point they were making. There was no political point scoring going on. We were not going to take advantage politically of any situation back home. It was really a comment on Indian reality that over the past 8 years, there has been a deliberate attack on Indian democracy by curbing civil liberties, by going after the press, by the alarming overreach of the executive. Time and again, I have 100 examples in front of me, including the weaponization of agencies and institutions like the ED. It's really suspicious when 90% of the cases are towards the opposition party.
Okay, for the purpose of this discussion, what we'll do is... Yeah, Shazia, I'll come to you. For the purpose of this discussion, what we are going to do is we are going to separate the legality or the legal aspect of this case from the political. And we are going to involve Mr. Aman Lekhi as well as perhaps Deshatan Nigam also on the legal aspects. The political commentary we are going to leave to the political commentators. Now, Shazia Elmi, you just heard what Mr. N.K. Singh said. You heard what Anshul Avijit has also said. How is it that the BJP or the government conveniently forgets other defamatory comments made by the, in this case, the Prime Minister no less, but choose to concentrate on this issue?
So first of all,
the court has convicted.
Yes, of course, exactly. And that your last 3 words are most important in this, the question, in the presupposition. So first of all, I heard a few answers. Executive has nothing to do with it. Judicial process has been followed, and they can seek, Congress party and others can seek more judicial remedies to this effect. Secondly, the matter of the ED and CBI does not arise in this at all, though that's a separate debate, and I have answered and been there, and all of us have spoken narrating the cases. Thirdly, and most importantly, when it was Rahul Gandhi, the then Vice President, who actually demolished all consultative mechanism when he tore the ordinance, so that Rahul Gandhi will, and that was for convicted MPs and MLAs, but it was on matters of corruption. So I must make that very clear and also be fair in how I deal with this. Yeah. And fourthly and more importantly, the fact that a member of the community or a bunch of people, if they feel the last name is Modi and the surname Modi is used in a certain context, bringing disrepute individually and collectively, I think the court would be cognizant of the fact, as should all of us be. And I think instead of saying that Rahul Gandhi should have chosen his words carefully, instead of using a surname, and Pawan Khera did the same, using a surname, or talking personally and making an attack. One is an attack and linking the likes of Lalit Modi and Nirav Modi with a particular person. Two, also after the attack on Chaukidar and all that, and the Supreme Court having intervened, and then repeating and going on as a serial offender when it comes to use of language and choice of words, I think Rahul Gandhi definitely has a lot to answer for.
My question once again, there are many instances, as pointed out by Mr. N.K. Singh and Anshul Avijit, where you have had the Prime Minister no less make certain comments which I don't think were very charitable or kind. To that extent, why is it that that is not defamatory and this is?
The fact of the matter
Again,
is...
the court has convicted.
The court has convicted. This has come from the court. This has not to do with any special powers or any ordinance of the executive. Let me make it very clear. And like this is the court order, there is judicial remedies also available in that process. Now, coming back to this. So firstly, I don't think there's been any prime minister or any political leader who's been vilified and abused and trashed as much as the prime minister has. Right from Maut Ka Saudagar to Khoon, to Kekda, Zehar Ki Kheti, and Khoon Ki Dalali and Khoon Ka Dalal, the kind of things have been said. So we can go there. We can go there.
ये भी एक लंबी फहरिस्त लेके बैठ जाएंगे.
हाँ तो वही मैं कहना चाह रही हूँ.
Present a long list.
No, I'll just finish. I'll finish by saying that. I'll finish by saying that this is what NK Singh started, and I can go on. So let's talk about the case here, because there is a lot to be said here, and I think it does well for all of us who are in public life, especially members of parliament, to do better by speaking in a language that does not hurt anybody individually or collectively as a community.
Okay, I'm going to come back to the political arguments in just one short moment, because again, let's not lose sight of the legality of this case. We'll come back to political messaging, Jayantoda, for 2024. Mr. Lekhi, you know, in your opening comments, you said that the disqualification immediately after the conviction, not even considering the fact that the sentence has been suspended for 30 days. If you look at the law states that the conviction itself automatically leads to disqualification. So to that effect, what is the illegality or what is wrong in what has happened?
Well, this is a preemptive attempt to in some way frustrate legal remedy which is constitutionally guaranteed, which brings in the question of propriety, which is an equally relevant aspect along with legality. Because it is propriety which gives legality substance, and otherwise it's just dry letter of law without the value which law embodies, firstly. Secondly, what is very important here is there's an overlap between defamation and speech, free speech. Because there's overlap, there's a gatekeeping check. The gatekeeping check is everyone cannot initiate a prosecution. It has to be by a person aggrieved. Now, a person aggrieved is deliberately not defined, because who the person aggrieved is will depend upon the circumstances of the case and the nature of the offense. And keeping the circumstances of the case and nature of the offense, the first question I said was whether the person who initiated the complaint could have initiated for this to actually snowball into what it has become is something which you have to handle, because it is that which will give this particular offense proportion, keeping in view the legal system which we have in place. That said, coming back to the point which you just referred to, the immediate disqualification. My objection, I don't share the Congress's ideals, and I in many ways, how Rahul addresses is not something which shows any refinement or finesse. But that said, the question is, notwithstanding how uncouth a person may be, he's still entitled to legal protection. Now, as far as the legal protection is concerned, the legal protection was guaranteed to him by the order itself. And because the legal protection is guaranteed with the order itself so as to facilitate appeal, the question of the disqualification being hurried raises question mark on the sentence. Now, the sentence is 2 years. Now, 2 years is the maximum for this particular offense. And it is for 2 years that Section 8 comes in. Now, the question is perception. If a 2-year sentence is given for defamation, which is the maximum, for which, of course, there would be justification, and immediately, notwithstanding suspension, there is disqualification, then it may seem that this legal process, the sanctity of which should be left untouched, becomes part of some kind of political strategy. Now, because everything is an issue of perception, it is very necessary that when we conduct ourselves, insofar as the act is concerned, the act should be free of taint so as to give it the legitimacy which it claims to have.
Okay. You know, this point that Mr. Lekhi is making, Mr. Deshratan Nigam, is significant because you look at the action, its political perception of that action, and then the legal position. And I would like to draw your attention in 3 cases. Number 1, all bulldozer actions in this country are an anti-encroachment drive. But the political action is always affiliated with some wrongdoing by someone, right? Which has nothing to do with encroachment. Number 2, this poster war that happened in the national capital, it had to do with defacement, 100 FIRs for defacing the public property. But we all know what the political messaging was. In this case as well, right now, Ms. Shazia Elmi said that the Prime Minister is the most abused, thus the Modi surname. But this case has not been filed by Prime Minister Modi. It has been filed by other Modis. So do you feel that the point that Mr. Lekhi is making can be understood in this context? That you take action, its political perception is different, its legality is different.
Well, Sanket, courts are not bothered about political perceptions. They will go to the legality.
But politics is bothered about.
No, let them be, and they will fight it out in the political arena. But the courts will see the material on record and the law and the evidence that they have. Now, if such a generalized statement is made and a person's name is Modi, he will feel aggrieved. And therefore, he has used that, the judicial process.
Just to extend your argument, Mr. Deshathan Nigam, on a comment like 50 crore ki girlfriend, what if I was coming to that. What if all the girlfriends are aggrieved?
Let me answer that.
That we find it defamatory.
What happens is, in a political slugfest, when you are making a statement in response to something, then people generally don't go to the courts. This was out of nowhere. Suddenly you blame Modi's, for that. There are cases against Nirav Modi and things like that, but you can't generalize that. So suppose a statement is made on a political leader, and then he also responds, then none of them are going to go to the court. Let me tell you. And here the simple fact is there. Here the entire community got involved. And secondly, in this particular case, conviction was not suspended by the court. Only the sentencing was
Sentence
suspended.
has been suspended.
So conviction stands. And therefore it is the conviction under Section 8 which matters, and therefore immediate qualification.
But Rahul Gandhi has the right to appeal in a higher court against challenging this conviction.
Yes, certainly.
And if this conviction is overturned, then his disqualification can also be revoked.
Obviously.
This is the legal factual
Obviously,
position.
immediate disqualification, but if it is a state, his membership is restored. That's what the law is.
Restored, correct.
Yes.
Okay. Jayanto Ghoshal, again coming back to the basic point. Messaging. Whose message goes... Because it's very clear, I see some sort of a political win-win right now. You don't see the Congress backing down. In an election year, you see them making the most of this, I would say, Apda mein Afsar. There is a crisis, he has lost his membership, and yet you've got very strong political positioning by the Congress. Whose message is more convincing among the people? It's a crucial election year.
The most important thing is now, especially in the social media era, I call, that you have to communicate the message. Whether you are popular or not, whether your Jan Sampark Yatra is successful or not, these are the very important factors. And discontent after 10 years, it is a law of nature. So discontent is there, but...
Discontent again?
Against the regime.
They
get anti-incumbency against the Modi government. 2019 also, opposition thought that there is strong anti-incumbency. But what happened? So now 2024, just 1 year more, and it's knocking at the door, and in retrospect, I can say that Rahul Gandhi has failed to communicate to the remote masses, even the other regional opposition parties. You have to give the message of unity. In West Bengal, Adhir Chaudhary is criticizing Mamata Banerjee each and every day and fighting bipole. And here you are expecting that TMC will support Congress against Modi. And Kejriwal's, when Manish Sisodia in jail, the Delhi Congress criticized. And this opposition consolidation, there is a major communication error of Rahul Gandhi, not even London or all this. Across, I can give you 10 examples. But the conclusion is that, from my side, the conclusion is that Rahul Gandhi, now, after this, it can be blessing in disguise for Rahul Gandhi, if he can use this opportunity. But Rahul Gandhi ko notanke bhi nahi aata hai. So you have to create drama, and if you can utilize this opportunity. So I think it's
Bharat Jodo, he walked many thousand kilometers. I mean, you're calling it...
He travelled in air-conditioned and walked few kilometers.
Even
Even
Amit Shah called it
It was all
Parishram.
live, Mr. Nigam. It was all live.
Okay.
I think every congressman is praying right now, Sanket, that the order is challenged and that conviction actually is kind of stayed.
No, so, but
you know
this
why?
is a foregone conclusion.
Because that's
Order
the only
will
way
be
they can
challenged.
probably get rid of Rahul Gandhi and save themselves.
Who will get rid?
I'm saying the congressmen would be praying dearly that I hope Rahul Gandhi is really out of the way. Because he seems to be the only stumbling block in the existential crisis in taking Congress to another level.
No, you see,
Well,
he's speaking on behalf of the Congress.
He led the way.
Yeah, Anshul, I'm going to come back to you. Mr. N.K. Singh has not spoken for a while. Mr. Singh, would you like to weigh in?
The political message is very loud and clear. If in the last election, Modi or BJP for that matter had got 23 crore 230 million votes, double of it had been obtained by the opposition collectively, jointly. So these 460 million people, they suddenly will realize that there is something terribly amiss in the democratic system and tyranny of majority is being flexing muscles. That is very loud and clear. And if those 46 crore people, they unite, then things will be different. This is the message that you are going to get out of this entire exercise. Concatenation of events prove that.
But you know, Mr. Singh, hasn't that always been the way elections have been fought in this country?
Yeah. That is fine. But there is a sudden change in quality of collective consciousness in society. Yeah. And that is what is going to happen. You can't continue like this.
Okay.
I mean, the way things are happening, there is a rational, and you know that in collective consciousness, there is a sudden change. You recall emergency. There was a sudden change in collective consciousness. That is what is going to happen. That
you
is the
think that that moment has come, the 1975, 1977 moment? Are you comparing this to that?
Yes, yeah. See, in a facade of democracy, there is a very palpable elements of high-handedness. I wouldn't say dictatorship, but high-handed arbitrariness. And that is very palpable. People can now watch it and see.
Okay, I think this point that Mr. Singh is making, let's quickly take a full round and ask people, do you think that 2024 will be a 1977 moment, Mr. Deshatha Nigam?
Let me answer your question. When Mrs. Indira Gandhi was convicted by Allahabad High Court, that was, I think, on 12th June 1975, and the emergency was imposed on 25th June 1975, it was purely to turn over that case, and in order to protect her own, seat as a prime minister. And thank God today Congress is not in power. Otherwise, in order to save Rahul Gandhi, probably the same thing would have happened. So we are living in a democracy. What was flowers of democracy earlier cannot suddenly become tyranny of democracy. When the Congress was there, we are having the best moments of democracy today where everybody is allowed to speak anything.
Best moment?
Yes,
Okay.
best moment of democracy.
Absolutely. This is the best moment according to Deshatha Nigam.
All over the world, it is now generally acknowledged that once Indian democracy was thriving, it was inspirational for the entire world, and therefore Mr. Rahul Gandhi said it is public good. Now it is illiberal democracy. You know, just by mandates alone and throughout the history of the world, let me not remind you, Sanket, there have been enough instances in the 20th century about parties coming to power on popular mandates and then destroying the very processes that then got them there. There are enough examples. They're monstrous examples. I don't have to go there. Now, what is happening in this country at the moment is an illiberal form of democracy where institutions are being crushed, where freedom of speech is being curbed, and the Prime Minister gets away with anything. He can say anything and get away with impunity. Not just the Prime Minister, but members of his esteemed cabinet can say "Goli maro." He can say "Log apne kapdon ko pehchane jate hain." The Home Minister. The Home Minister and the Home Minister has said the people coming from Bangladesh are like termites and they should be thrown into the Bay of Bengal.
This is exactly what Shashi Tharoor had also said, that this is what's happening. So of course, words are selectively chosen.
Didn't go to court on those statements?
No, exactly. My point is that you have now admitted that the institution of the legislature has completely collapsed, and the only thing that is relevant here is the courts. After all, what are people elected for, Sanket? They are elected to argue your arguments in the legislature. That the government has made sure has completely collapsed. No, that's another point. We are going to take all legal measures.
Okay.
So we should do exactly.
This has come from judiciary and not from the BJP. The first point that Sanket started with. And I come back to this. Now, if Mr. N.K. Singh ji and others and Anshul feel that democracy is really in peril, I really want to reiterate and say this is a function of a robust democracy. And I think the collective conscience of the nation will see that which government works for them, which government has delivered. At the end of it, the words that have been used by Rahul Gandhi will be held against him by some, especially the OBCs. But mostly, it will be it will not be decided by people all over the world. This is what Congress wants. But it will be decided by India. It will be decided by India and Indian citizens and Indian voters, which have benefited greatly from all the delivery and the great work that only this party has done for the benefit of Indians in terms of drinking water, in terms of all the schemes, in terms of all that we've got from the system.
Through the course of our discussion, there were many panelists in our previous programs who also said that it's a bit rich for the BJP to basically suggest that all people with Modi surname are OBCs, because that is not how the caste system works in this country. There are many people with Modi surname who are not OBCs.
Absolutely right. So let me finish. It's small. So you can make a Venn diagram, and umbra penumbra, and you can fix this and you can figure out. But there are Modis who are also part of the OBCs, and they do feel affected by this. One, and the Prime Minister is that Modi, and it was said in context of imputing meaning to a sentence about the Modi community.
No, I'm just saying
implying that the Prime Minister is corrupt.
Many comments that have been made may offend others also. For instance, as I give you the example, a comment like 50 crore ki girlfriend. I do not think, I'm sure even you will not agree, that it is a decent thing to say. Anything in public domain which is said so casually.
I can go on. I mean, there's a list of 100 names.
A huge list.
Did any girlfriend go to the court?
No, I don't know. I mean, I won't speak on behalf of the girlfriend.
No, but the comment was not offensive.
Whether they were offended or not is an open question now.
Okay, fine. We have just stay on with us. We also have Congress MP Vivek Tankha, is a Rajya Sabha MP. Mr. Tankha, I want to ask you, legally speaking, we knew that this is going to be a foregone conclusion. Now a notification has come. We have seen in the past that convictions have been removed also. Or they have been, the decision has been revoked or removed by various senior courts also, or higher courts. In this case, what is your hope?
Sanket, speaking strictly by words of law, I would say that we have a right to file an appeal, which would be exercised very soon, I'm sure. And we have a very good case to seek stay of conviction in that before the appellate court.
Would you like to tell us how you feel that you would be successful in seeking a stay?
Apart from those procedural wishes, like absence of an inquiry under section 202, this is a case which emanates from Karnataka, is filed in Gujarat. And the rule as outlined in CRPC is that if a magistrate trying a criminal case in Gujarat or any jurisdiction is asked to take cognizance of an offence which is of a place beyond his jurisdiction, there has to be some sort of an inquiry or some sort of a investigation which precedes such registration of a case. But all those are legal issues which will be placed before the appellate court, and we are very, very confident that whichever appellate court hears our case, whether it be the district court, because from a magistrate court we go to district court. If we don't succeed before district court, we go to high court, and finally we go to Supreme Court. I may just mention in passing
Either way, Mr. Tanka, do you feel that this is a long legal battle for Rahul Gandhi?
It could be long, it could be short. This time will tell us. But let me tell you, just today, I mentioned a matter in the Supreme Court which was of a very similar nature. Azam Khan's son, who was a juvenile, when in 208 his father got out of a car and sat on a dharna, and they registered a case against the father and son both. This is 2008. He is born on 1/1/93, and this is now decided by the Supreme Court against him in an election matter. Now, in that case, where he's a juvenile, he's been convicted for 2 years. And this has now become the new norm for BJP to get people convicted for 2 years. Okay. And when we went to the Sessions Court didn't grant us relief. Then we went to the High Court. High Court, we were not able to get relief so far. So we've come to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is hearing this matter on 29. So as I said, this new issue which is erupted in India, suddenly where such convictions on trivial incidents are magnified to convictions of 2 years, and this is a new norm of 2 years, so that it attracts the Representation of People's Act.
That's an interesting point you mentioned.
What the Supreme Court will have to tackle.
Now, can I tell you something right now? You know, I don't know. Maybe you are in a better position. Hypothetically speaking, while you are exercising your, your legal recourse, if during that process a notification is given out, the election commission holds a by-election and somebody else becomes an MP, and then you legally win this case, then what happens? You can't have two MPs to a place, no?
This issue is being faced by Supreme Court in Azam Khan's case, where while they protected the election took place and they couldn't stop the process of election. So again, in Azam Khan's case, they will have to decide this matter. In the Lakshadweep MP's case, they have stopped the process of election. So again, that is also a pending matter in the Supreme Court. But my point is also political. You know, in the past, when it was what was not said about Nehru in his days when he was Prime Minister, or even later, even today, the kind of filth and abuse and whatnot is said about him. Did anybody file a case? Did the whole of Mrs. Indira Gandhi's tenure? I remember tall leaders like Lohia Saab would say make acerbic remarks about Mrs. Gandhi. Did she go to the court?
Well, Mr. Tanka, again, I mean, they were if you ask this to the BJP,
it's a larger question.
They will hit back with charges of emergency.
No, I know, but then
and the plethora of cases.
The people reacted, and Congress was removed, and the opposition won the election. But the point that I'm making, even Rahul faced the same, Rajiv faced the same ignominy, and right up to Bofas, everything was said about him, but he didn't go to court.
Okay, one moment. You know, Mr. Tanka, you make a very important point, and Shazia Elmi,
small point. He
made a very interesting point.
Is Mr. Tanka making the point that Purnesh Modi did not have a right to feel indignation and file a case on the statement made by Rahul Gandhi?
I shall ask him this question, but the point that he's making, I want your response.
If all Upadhyayas, let's say, Sanket, if all Upadhyayas are thieves or all Ilmis are, I mean, I might not be the concerned Ilmi, but it is being said, and I can feel as a member of the community or the particular subgroup of a society to feel offended and take it up. That is my right.
Okay.
As a petitioner or as a complainant.
Mr. Tanka made an important point, and I want to get your reply on this. He says that there is a trend, Mr. Tanka, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that there is a trend where you file cases, then there is conviction, and then you use provisions of the Representation of People Act and remove those people from being public representative. He says that there is a trend. How would you respond to this?
Well, because this happened in Azam Khan's and his son's matter, does not mean it is a trend. Purnesh Modi would have seriously felt a sense of indignation and shame at having heard it, and could have gone to the court and with a complaint. So, I mean, it's like his word against the complainant. It's like your word against mine.
Okay,
I don't know what legal bearing this has on the matter.
Something very similar has been said by Mr. P. Chidambaram. And again, I would like to seek your response. He says, and I quote, judgment on the 23rd of March, disqualification on the 24th. The speed with which the system moved is astonishing. No time spent on reflection, understanding or allowing time for legal review. Obviously, there are no voices of moderation in BJP party or government. The net result is parliamentary democracy has suffered another cruel blow. Your response?
I mean, I totally disagree. And I think Rahul Gandhi has been a repeat offender. Do you know how many other cases he's out on bail of? So I think Rahul, instead of correcting and checking Rahul Gandhi, for all you know, they would be challenged and he would be back, his membership be restored. But instead of doing that, you're questioning again the processes. And I think there is a grave mistake in undermining the power of a common person to be treated a certain way and to feel that he has legal recourse.
Sure.
Which is exactly what
Okay,
Purnesh Modi did.
Now for that,
I
Mr.
don't.
Tejashwi Nigam, now for that hypothetical situation, I asked, I don't know whether it will remain hypothetical or not. I want to get a response from Mr. Aman Lekhi also on this point. But Tejashwi Nigam, what if Rahul Gandhi exercises his legal options and in the meantime, you've got an election to Wayanad constituency and a brand new MP? Then what happens? And what if the court decides otherwise?
No, there is a grey area. There is a grey area in this.
There is a grey area.
There is a grey area in this which the parliament has to apply its mind. And secondly, a very strange kind of a comment was made by Mr. Tanka that BJP is getting the people convicted. If a lawyer starts making such kind of a comment, then he has no faith in the judicial system. It's the courts that convict. I mean, that's a political statement, not a legal statement.
Let me ask him, Mr. Tanka, would you like to respond? And then Mr. Aman.
What I'm saying is these are complaints sponsored by BJP and you are using the court mechanism for getting the conviction.
That's even more serious.
I'm not going into details. The procedures will be challenged in the appellate court. But these are orchestrated campaigns, complaints, not only in UP, but also they're happening in they happened in this case, and they're happening in other cases. I know in Madhya Pradesh. So it's not new. It's not something which is happening with one or two people. It's now on a scale which is very huge and big, and that is why the country is worried. The whole country is worried whether our systems and processes are being used against our very citizens. And that is why we say democracy.
Okay, that legality once again to Mr. Aman Lekhi. Aman Lekhi, would you like to weigh in and tell us what happens in a situation where Rahul Gandhi exercises his legal recourse, elections are called, a new MP is elected, and Rahul Gandhi also gets a stay?
Well, there's a concept called comity of instrumentalities, and then there's also a new concept, dialogue between institutions. Now, as far as this particular case is concerned, yes, there's no authoritative pronouncement, but my view is rather straightforward, and that reaffirms the principle on which our legal system is based. The question here is the person who's been disqualified has the right to appeal. The appeal carries with it the right to suspend the conviction itself. Now, if the conviction can be suspended, it will relate back to the conviction as to render unnecessary any re-election. Now, the Supreme Court is part of the scheme as the High Court and the Trial Court, as is the Election Commission. Now, when a case like this has an overlap, wherein you have the interest of the individual protected by the court and obligation of the Election Commission, there has to be some kind of adjustment in the respective obligations. And the adjustment is in some way encapsulated in the concept of what is called status quo, that is the interim order. The interim order is meant to retain things in the last uncontested state. The last uncontested state is when a person is actually continuing to be an MP. Because the right is in the individual and the protection which is guaranteed by law is available in any case. As far as the Election Commission is concerned, the Election Commission must necessarily defer to the outcome of the legal process and not frustrated by ordering re-election. Because ordering of re-election, far from adjusting rights, will in fact prioritize one over the other. And because prioritization of one or the other will infringe balance and harmony is actually the basis of law, that action would be illegal. So I do not think, in my view, as far as the legality is concerned, is rather straightforward. I personally feel if this matter is pending, the Election Commission must necessarily stay its hand. And I do not think that they can or they should be a re-election.
All right. One last comment.
I just want to contradict Mr. Vivek Tankha and Anshul as well. They represent the Congress party. I really wish that BJP really had been proactive in when it came to making these irresponsible statements. I mean, BJP MLA Pudnesh was. But I wish there was action when, or a case made when chants like, जो हिटलर की चाल चलेगा वो हिटलर की मौत मरेगा और सबसे क्रूर प्रधानमंत्री जनरल डायर अंगूठा छाप he's a monkey. Modi should be buried. And there, I mean, I can tell you about more than 100. He is a pickpocket. I can go on and on. I can go on and on.
The whole point with this argument
because
is
you keep talking about a particular statement of PMs, I wish, and these have been made by senior BJP leaders, the likes of Baghelas and Subodh Khan Sahais. So I want to ask you, Sanket, so if BJP was really overactive and zealous in protecting PM's interest, there would have been many, many more because PM has been vilified the most and the filth he has been targeted with. I think
but I'll tell you what the critical difference is. I'll tell you what the critical difference is. The difference is that if you critique the government, you are thrown behind bars. But if members of the executive, the Prime Minister and all his honourable members of the ministry said one statement after another, and I'm not going to go into that, we'll be going around in circles, they can say it without immunity. The problem is, my point is broader than this. It's not about a few MPs also being disqualified. It's also about those people who protested against CAA, the 22-year-old environmental activist, Siddiqui Kappan. For them, the process is the punishment itself, that you keep taking rounds of the court. And this is increased during the term of this government as a way to punish all detractors of this government.
But how do you see, politically, how do you exert this viewpoint on the ground? At the end, in an election year, you see everything will go down the very same funnel. On how do you convince the voters, the people, of what is happening? Will they agree with this argument or not?
No, that depends on our powers.
Ultimately, see, what is the BJP going to do? An electoral win and they will say, look, you presented this argument.
No, that people have to, there is a different dynamic to an election. That doesn't mean you don't fight these battles. And also the battle of the economic devastation of India. Berozgari, Mehengai and Mandi.
Berozgari, Mehengai we'll take up on some other day because
and I'll give you all the data there.
Yes, you can give all the data then. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us in this edition of The Big Fight. News continues on the other side. Stay with us.
पंजाब दी गलियों से होकर बॉर्डर दी रखवाली तक इधर क्रिसमस
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to NDTV.
This has followed judicial process and it's all for everybody to see. I think Rahul Gandhi finally will have to realize that in public life, words have to be chosen carefully. And the kind of arrogance that has been displayed by this leader, not just once but many times, it just goes on to say that there is a clear lack of sobriety, propriety. And here, this beats all levels of political correctness, incorrectness, I should say, when the OBC community is being targeted, when an entire community is, terms are being used which broad brushes the entire community and vilifies them. So I think a lesser, as the court says, a lesser judgment would have sent out a wrong message. It is high time that Rahul Gandhi mends his ways. This is not the first time that has happened. This is the 6th matter, 7th actually, if you include the National Herald case. So it's time that he learns to respect people, the communities and the various castes.
पंजाब दी गलियों से होकर बॉर्डर दी रखवाली तक, इधर क्रिसमस से लेकर बैसाखी दिवाली तक वेर का.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right, and center with me, Vishnu Shobh, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to
Good afternoon, you're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Priyanshi Sharma. We'll get you the top news stories this Sunday in the show. Now, the Congress party is holding protests across states against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the parliament. Meanwhile, COVID cases are rising in the country. We'll get you details on those top stories and more in the show. First, let's take a look at the headlines. The Congress party on a day-long satyagrah across states stages sit-in protests denied permission by the Delhi police, but the Congress goes ahead with their dharna outside the Rajghat. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra says the Prime Minister also insults our family, but no cases have been filed against BJP leaders. But Rahul has been convicted for a comment on the Modi surname. The Indian Space Research Organization ISRO launches a rocket carrying 36 satellites belonging to the OneWeb group of the United Kingdom. The ISRO chairman calls the mission successful. Daily COVID-19 cases climbed to the highest level in nearly 5 months. 1,890 new COVID cases recorded, up from 1,590 yesterday. Over 60% of the total active cases from 3 states, Kerala, Maharashtra and Gujarat. A huge tornado kills at least 25 people and destroys several towns in Mississippi in the United States. US President Joe Biden says the images from Mississippi are heartbreaking. Americans grieve for family and friends, say they have nothing left. Sweetie Bora Neetu Gangas clinched gold medals for India in the Women's World Boxing Championships. Our lead story, the Congress party is holding sit-in protests across the country. Congress leaders Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Mallikarjun Kharge are leading the protest in Delhi. They are protesting outside the Rajghat after they were denied permission by the Delhi police to go inside the Rajghat. Now, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge hit out at the BJP over Rahul Gandhi's disqualification and the conviction in a defamation case over his remark on the Modi surname. Now, Priyanka Gandhi said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi also led the BJP's attacks against the Gandhi family and insulted his Kashmiri Pandit lineage as well. She said that the BJP has also insulted our family name, our surname several times, but there have been no cases against them. Priyanka Gandhi called Rahul Gandhi the son of a martyr and said that the BJP insulted him every day, but not, they did not even spare their Nehru Gandhi family, but no cases have been filed against the BJP leaders, while Rahul Gandhi has been convicted for defamation for a remark on the Modi surname.
सूरत में लाकर केस रजिस्टर करके बार बार राहुल जी को बुलाए, उनकी बात सुने, उन्होंने कुछ किसी के खिलाफ नहीं बोले और कोई ऐसा डिफेमेशन केस नहीं होने वाला था, लेकिन इनको राहुल जी का मुंह बंद करना है। जो अपने विचार सत्य के लिए रखते हैं और लोगों के लिए रखते हैं, वो चाहते हैं अगर राहुल जी का मुंह बंद कर दिए तो ऑटोमेटिक कांग्रेस खत्म होगी, कांग्रेस का मुंह बंद कर दिया। ये उनके विचार है, उन्हीं के पीछे क्यों हैं, दूसरों को क्यों नहीं करते? क्योंकि वो एक ही मजबूत इंसान है, ना डरता है और किसी के सामने झुकता नहीं।
और अभी बोलने मौका नहीं दिया और हाउस से उनको निष्कासित कर दिया। ये पूरी जो चाल षड्यंत्र हुआ उसको लेके देश में बहुत गुस्सा है। अब एजेंडा बन गया है लोकतंत्र बचाने का, जो हम लोग 9 साल से बोल रहे हैं कि देश में इनकम टैक्स, ईडी, सीबीआई, जुडिशरी, इलेक्शन कमीशन सब पे दबाव है। अब बातें सामने आ गई हैं, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि राहुल गांधी ने कल जो बोल करके एजेंडा सेट किया है, उस एजेंडा पे राष्ट्रीय बहस शुरू हो गई, नेशनल डिबेट शुरू हो गई है। कल मैं देख रहा था प्लेटफॉर्म पर, आजकल तो आप जानते हो यूट्यूब में बहुत प्लेटफॉर्म है, सभी लोग, आपके मित्र लोग, लेखक भी, साहित्यकार भी, इंटेलेक्चुअल भी, सभी लोग इसमें बहस कर रहे हैं।
We are right outside the Rajghat, where Congress is holding a satyagrah against the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi as a member of parliament. But Delhi police has denied the permission to the Congress for holding the protest, for holding the satyagrah. Right now, we are just outside the entrance of the Rajghat. You can see heavy police deployment here. This is on the one end of the one road of the Rajghat. The other road also has huge and heavy police deployment. You can see the water cannons here. You can see the rapid action force has also been deployed, and Delhi police personnel are also here at the Rajghat. While this is on the one end of the road, the other end of the road, Congress is holding a satyagrah where all the top Congress leaders are present and they are giving their speeches right now. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra just gave their speech. Before that, it was Mallikarjun Kharge who was giving the speech. And hundreds of Congress workers have been gathering here. They are joining with the posters in support of Rahul Gandhi. Hundreds of flags of Congress party are here. You can see again police vans here. You can see rapid action force deployed here. But what remains to be seen is whether or not this protest will be allowed to continue or not by the Congress. The Satyagraha right outside the Rajghat. They were not allowed to enter the Rajghat, so they are holding a Satyagraha right outside the Rajghat. There are slogans being put on by the Congress party workers in the support of Rahul Gandhi. With camera person Sanjay Kaushik, this is Tanish Punjabi for NDTV.
And amid this controversy, a throwback tweet for BJP leader Khushbu Sundar has put her in an interesting spot. The BJP leader Khushbu Sundar's 2018 tweet has been dug out, and that has a remark similar to what got Congress leader Rahul Gandhi sentenced to 2 years in jail and disqualified from the parliament. Now, in 2018, Khushbu Sundar was a member of the Congress at that time, and she had said in a tweet in 2018 that the meaning of Modi should be changed to corruption. She said Modi is everywhere. Modi's surname is linked with corruption. Now, a comment similar to that one has now gotten Rahul Gandhi convicted and disqualified. But Khushbu Sundar, who is now with the BJP, has defended her 2018 tweet. She has put out a new tweet in her defense saying that I will not delete my tweet. It's out there. There are many more. Please use your time, as Congress is absolutely jobless, to dig out a few more. By the way, I like to see how the Congress is putting me and Rahul Gandhi on the same platform. I like the fact that I have earned enough name and respect to be at par with him, who claims to be the opposition leader of the nation. Thank you, Congress. That's what Khushbu Sundar has said in her defense. Now, moving to the other big story, India has summoned the Canada High Commissioner over Khalistan protests outside the embassy. Now, the Ministry of External Affairs has conveyed a strong concern about the actions of separatists and extremist elements against India's diplomatic mission and consulates in Canada. And these are incidents that happened last week. The government of India has sought an explanation on how such Khalistani elements were allowed in the presence of the police to breach the security of India's diplomatic mission and consulates. The government of Canada was reminded of its obligations under the Vienna Convention and asked to arrest and prosecute the individuals who have already been identified as being involved in such acts. And these cases by Khalistani elements were triggered by the crackdown on Khalistani leader Amritpal Singh in India. And the chase for Amritpal Singh continues for the 8th day. And the Ajnala court in Punjab has now sent 10 associates of Waris Punjab Day, which was headed by the fugitive radical Sikh preacher Amritpal Singh. And they've been sent to judicial custody till April 6th. Remember, over 100 of Amritpal's aides have been arrested till now, but Amritpal Singh is still on the run. The 10 associates are accused of breaching the Ajnala police station and clashing with the cops in February to free Lovepreet Tufan, an aide of Amritpal Singh and a member of Waris Punjab Day, who had been arrested in a kidnapping case. Another accused, Sukhpreet Singh, has been remanded to 4-day police custody. Meanwhile, Amritpal Singh is still on the run. The Delhi police and Punjab police have launched a search operation for Amritpal Singh in Delhi and its border in view of the possibility of him leaving Punjab and entering the national capital. Now, moving on to more political stories, BJP National President JP Nadda is in Bhopal today. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, BJP State President VD Sharma, Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia and other party workers warmly welcomed him. He is in Bhopal for Bhumi Pujan of the new state office and divisional booth presidents conference. Now, this is the third time in 2 months when a top BJP leader is visiting Madhya Pradesh. On March 25th, Home Minister Amit Shah was in Chidwara, Kamal Nath's fort, and the only seat that the BJP lost in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. On February 24th, Amit Shah also visited Satna. Now moving to the big international story. A huge tornado has killed at least 25 people and destroyed several towns in Mississippi in the United States. US President Joe Biden has vowed to provide emergency support for the victims, and he said that the images from across Mississippi are heartbreaking and we will do everything we can to help. Now the survivors say that they have never seen anything like this and that their entire city is gone as they pick up pieces of what's left. US President Joe Biden has said that while we are still assessing the full extent of the damage, we know that many of our fellow Americans are not only grieving for family and friends, but they've also lost their homes and businesses. Authorities there say that the death toll could still unfortunately rise. Now back at home, COVID cases are rising. COVID cases have now climbed to the highest level in 149 days. 1,890 new COVID cases have been reported in the last 24 hours, according to the ministry, according to the Health Ministry, and that count is up from 1,590 cases that were reported yesterday. Now, COVID cases are now at their highest level since October 28, 2022, which means that they are at a near 5-month high now. Daily positivity rate is also consistently rising. It's currently at 1.56%, which is up from 0.71% 5 days ago. This essentially tells you that out of 100 people being tested, more than one person is testing positive for the coronavirus, while 5 days ago, less than one person, or the positivity rate was 0.71%. So the positivity rate is also climbing up. And if we talk about the death toll, that's also seeing a slight uptick. 4 new COVID deaths have been reported in the last 24 hours, which is up from the average of 1 or 2 deaths that were being reported in the months of January and February. Though doctors say that hospitalizations are not increasing significantly and the cases are still mild, and the increase in the death toll is not significant till now. But the highest active cases are in 3 states. Kerala has 2,311 active cases, which is the highest in the country. Maharashtra has 1,956 and Gujarat has 1,529. Interestingly, over 60% of the total active cases in the country are coming from these 3 states, Kerala, Maharashtra and Gujarat. If we talk about the overall active cases, the count in the country at large, 9,433 active cases are reported in the country, and that figure is up 43% in just the last 5 days. A few days ago, we saw that active cases were around 5,000 to 6,000, but now the figure has climbed up to 9,433. And the rise is not just for one day. If we talk about a trend, the average of the daily new COVID cases, the 7-day average of the daily new COVID cases is now up 8 times in a month. Currently, 1,200 daily new COVID cases are being reported on an average, while a month ago, the average daily count was around 100 to 200. So COVID cases rising, reminding all of us to take precautions and get vaccinated if you've missed that dose. Now switching tracks, time for a glaze of nostalgia with Sony's latest Walkman, built with premium parts and an instrument of unmatched audio. Here's a review of it.
It is a shocking realization that the last music device to be used by masses was the iPod, which fizzled out around the 2008 to 2010 period. Years later, making a comeback is Sony's Walkman NW-ZX707. With the multitude of music apps so easily available on our phones, can a Walkman still be relevant? Let's find out. Physically, it has a classy vintage look, especially with the golden edges. It encompasses a premium design with its aluminium frame and a smooth 5-inch touchscreen display. It is highly responsive and is easily operable. The Walkman is a beautiful combination of premium parts with a high polymer capacitor, a large coil, a sound solder, and much more. The Sony Walkman also comes with a few ports for connectivity, including a USB-C port and 2 headphone jacks, one a stereo mini and the other balanced. You can connect headphones to either of the jacks depending on your choice of preference or your line of work, though we would suggest balanced for obvious reasons. As reviewers, we have been receiving the latest audio devices and have noticed the increase in the number of headphones that come with a Type-C jack. If you are an owner of one of those, not to worry because the USB port on the Walkman does an equally good job at producing high-quality audio. The Walkman also has a few buttons on the side to increase or decrease the volume or to change the song and of course, the power button. When turned on, its interface looks very similar to that of a regular smartphone. The home screen has pre-installed apps, the Google search bar, the battery and time details, along with many other similar features. It has inbuilt Wi-Fi that allows you to easily stream and download apps on the go. The Walkman offers a long-lasting battery claiming up to 25 hours with 44.1 kHz of FLAC payback. The battery life reduces with the increase in FLAC. For those that don't know, FLAC stands for Free Lossless Audio Codec, which is similar to raw video, where even the tiniest sounds are captured and delivered. Carrying more audio details requires more power, hence the quick loss of battery life. The Walkman takes 3.5 hours to fully charge via a USB-C cable. The Sony Walkman is an evolution of portable sound with its high-quality audio and a plethora of audio features. It comes with the AI-powered Digital Sound Enhancement Engine Ultimate. The DSEE can upscale compressed audio in real time, which is incredible. It also offers enhanced CD quality 16-bit lossless codec audio. It can catch and restore audio subtleties and dynamic range. The DSEE app also has the provision of tweaking the EQ levels and balancing the audio to suit your taste. The Walkman fuses a fun walk down memory lane to a touch of modern technology. It is, without a doubt, a great audio device, especially for pros, but is on the higher end of the price range. It costs Rs 69,990, which is exorbitant for a product in this category. If the pricing does not bother you, then the Sony Walkman is a great product to have.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Ed,
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Well, good news now. 2 Indian boxers have created history at the World Boxing Championship. Neetu Gangas and the seasoned Sweety Bora made history as they were crowned World Boxing Champions at the marquee tournament that was held in New Delhi yesterday. Now, Sweety Bora defeated Wang Lina of China in the 81 kilogram category final to bag India's 2nd gold medal at the ongoing Women's World Boxing Championships. Now, Neetu Gangas outplayed Lutsai Khan of Mongolia in the 48 kilogram category final by a unanimous 5-0 verdict to bag a gold medal. Let's just listen in to what the winner said.
भिवानी का नाम इससे पहले 15 साल पहले बॉक्सिंग की दुनिया में लेकर आए थे विजेंदर और बॉक्स ओलंपिक का मेडल जीता था। आज विजेंदर भी थे। आपको वकअप करने के लिए आपने विजेंदर को देख के ये गेम शुरू किया था एक तरह से, आपने और साक्षी ने। कितनी बड़ी बात है अपने क्राउड के सामने, पेरेंट्स के सामने, गांव वालों के सामने और सबसे बड़ी बात जिसको आपने रोल मॉडल माना उसके सामने जीतना।
तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि विजेंदर सिंह भी मेरी बाउट्स देखने आए थे, तो इससे भी मैं
स्पेशली आए थे।
काफ़ी मोटिवेट हुई। मैंने देखा कि हाँ विजेंदर सिंह भी वहाँ मुझे चीयर अप कर रहे, तो काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ गया था उस टाइम पे।
आपने यूथ भी जीता है, गुवाहाटी में हम लोगों ने कवर किया था जब छोटी थी। उसके बाद आपने कॉमनवेल्थ जीता, यहाँ गोल्ड जीता। ओवरऑल एक गोल्ड मेडल का जो लाइन लगा है और आगे ऑफ कोर्स सबका एशियन गेम्स और ओलंपिक्स होता है। कैसे देखती हैं अपने सफ़र को, खासकर जिस तरह की आपको डिफ़िकल्टीज़ में हम लोगों ने देखा है, टिफ़िन आया तो पेरेंट्स अगर छोटा सा टिफ़िन लाए उसको ही लेके खा लें,
तो अभी काफ़ी मुश्किलें भी आई और सफ़र बहुत अच्छा भी रहा है, बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला है और ऐसे ही आगे मैं अपनी तैयारी अच्छी करूंगी और ऐसे मेडल जीतते रहूंगी।
लेकिन अगर आप ओलंपिक्स में जाना चाहती हैं, ठीक है फेडरेशन का एक फैसला होगा, लेकिन निखत से कभी ना कभी तो आपको भिड़ना होगा।
जी, तो मैं अपना 100% दूंगी, डिसीजन जो भी होगा अच्छा ही होगा।
लेकिन आपको लड़ने के लिए एक मन तो बनाया
जी
होगा, मन बनाया। अच्छा, ओवरऑल आपको कैसे, जैसे 82 लाख रुपीस है और आप बताती हैं जैसे आपके पेरेंट्स का भी जो फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम, किस तरह की फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम आप दूर लगता है कि सबसे पहले उसको हल करना है? मकान का, घर का, कर्ज का, जो भी
मतलब पहले इतना पैसे किसी से लेना, उधार लिए तो उनका देना है, तो और जो भी मेरे छोटे भाई बहन है उनको, मतलब मेरी बहन पढ़ाई कर रही है तो उसको भी सपोर्ट करना है। भाई अभी 10 मीटर एयर पिस्टल करता है, उसको भी अभी सपोर्ट मिलेगा।
तो ओवरऑल क्या है यहाँ से आगे का लक्ष्य? सबको पेरिस बोलता है, लेकिन आपके लिए क्या है?
अभी मैं अपने कोच से डिस्कस करूंगी और जो भी वो प्लान होगा तो मैं उसी पे अभी काम करूंगी।
चलो, विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट, एंजॉय करिए।
थैंक यू
सो मच। स्वीटी, आपके लिए खासकर इसलिए भी इम्पोर्टेंट है क्योंकि 2014 में आप फाइनल में चाइनीज़ प्लेयर से ही हारी थी और अभी चाइनीज़ को हरा है।
जी बिल्कुल, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है और उस टाइम इतना एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था और बाउट में बहुत अच्छा खेली थी, वो भी मैं बराबर बाउट में ही हारी थी मैं, और चाइना में ही थी, तो इस वजह से मैंने
नहीं, लेकिन आज तो वन साइड, मतलब आपने अच्छे से उसको बीट किया। सर, भारतीय बॉक्सिंग के लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है, दो से शुरुआत हुई, दोनों ने खाता खोल लिया।
लेकिन बहुत बढ़िया है। मैं सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा कि आपके इतने बेहतरीन सहयोग की वजह से आज हमारे खिलाड़ी इस फाइनल में बहुत ही बढ़िया प्रदर्शन कर सके हैं।
और सर, और लोगों ने, ये स्वीटी के हस्बैंड हैं और बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं कि स्वीटी एक बार आप देखें और कितना बड़ा संघर्ष रहा है इनके पति का भी, लगातार आके देखते रहे। आपके लिए कितना बड़ा सेटिस्फाइंग मोमेंट है? बहुत संघर्ष रहा है आप लोगों के लिए।
देखो, मैं इतने साल खेला हूँ, लेकिन जो आज खुशी हो रही ना, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन भी बना, लेकिन स्वीटी की जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनी है मेरी लाइफ का सबसे बेस्ट मोमेंट है और ये पूरी ज़िंदगी रहेगा मेरे लिए। और इसके बहुत सालों की मेहनत है। पहले सिल्वर आया था, अभी हाल ही में दिसंबर में एशिया चैंपियन भी बनी है और ये अभी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनी है, तो बहुत ज़्यादा हार्डवर्क चल रहा था इसका।
आपको डोपिंग के लिए जाना है, लेकिन एक सवाल पूछेंगे, यहाँ से आगे का रास्ता, जाहिर तौर पे सब लोग पेरिस और एशियन गेम्स कहते हैं, लेकिन आपका जो संघर्ष रहा है, चूल्हे में आपको खाना बनाते हुए देखा और यहाँ से कैसे जर्नी देखती हैं आगे का?
यहाँ से मतलब कोई भी इंसान एक स्टेप बाय स्टेप जाता है। यहाँ तक आई हूँ तो होप्स हो कि अभी ओलंपिक में मैं जाऊँ और वहाँ से मैं गोल्ड मेडल लेकर आऊँ, यही उम्मीद है मेरी।
और $1,00,000 मिला है, 82 लाख रुपए, बहुत बड़ा अमाउंट है, क्या करेंगे?
जी, अमाउंट बहुत बड़ा है और मैंने सोचा नहीं, क्योंकि मेरे लिए सबसे पहले था कि वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनना, कि सबसे पहले मैं चाहती थी कि मैं अपने देश का झंडा सबसे ऊपर लेकर जाऊं, क्योंकि मेरे लिए पैसा, मेरे पास कोई स्पॉन्सर नहीं थे, कुछ भी नहीं था। मतलब मेरी इतनी ज़्यादा वो नहीं थी, मैं खुद के दम से ही सब चीज़ें कर रही हूँ, मैंने किया है अब तक। तो वो चीज़ें ना मतलब मेरे लिए पैसा इतना मायने नहीं रखता, क्योंकि अब तक जैसे चल रहा है तो आगे भी चलेगा, और भगवान ने यहाँ तक दिया है मुझे तो आगे भी वो देगा। पैसे से नहीं है, लेकिन जो मुझे मान सम्मान मिला है ना, जो मैं अपनी कंट्री के लिए कर रही हूँ, वो फीलिंग ना मेरे लिए सबसे दी बेस्ट फीलिंग है।
दी बेस्ट फीलिंग है, और एक ओलंपिक का सपना जरूर रहा हो।
जी बिल्कुल, वो है मेरा सबसे हाईएस्ट फर्स्ट नंबर का ड्रीम, जो मेरे सेकंड नंबर पर ये था, तो ये मेरा पूरा हो चुका है। होप्स हो कि
चलो, विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट। थोड़ा वक्त कम है, आपको डोपिंग के लिए जाना है, टेस्ट
जी,
के लिए।
थैंक
यू सो मच फॉर टॉकिंग टू अस, और ऐसे ही आप प्राइज कर देंगे।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
जितना
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
Let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting.
You've heard of a mind-body connection, but did you know about the mouth-body connection? Like other parts of your body, your mouth has millions of bacteria, most of them harmless. But your mouth is also the gateway to the rest of your body, including your respiratory and digestive tracts. Poor oral health may affect other parts in the body. In this context, it is alarming that as per the draft National Oral Health Policy 2018, the prevalence and reoccurrence of oral diseases in India is a silent epidemic. Not just physical health, but so much of our confidence and sense of well-being are also intimately linked with our mouth hygiene. Oral health and hygiene is an extremely neglected space in our country. So neglected, in fact, that many of us are not aware of what oral health involves or how can we achieve and maintain a healthy mouth. And that is why on World Oral Health Day, this is such a critical conversation to have. You're watching Nistream Presents Healthy Mouth, Happy Life, where we are talking about oral health to understand how to prevent oral diseases and to understand the role of a healthy mouth in not just our physical, but also mental health and happiness. Talking about oral care and a healthy mouth, we have with us today Dr. Rajiv Chugh, President, Indian Dental Association, Dr. Smriti Bowry, Principal Consultant, General Anesthetic Dentistry, Max Multi-Speciality Centre, Panchsheel Park, and Dr. Ashita Bhatia, Oral Care Scientist, Johnson & Johnson Consumer Health. Thank you all so much, doctors, for joining us today. To begin with, I would like to start with you, Dr. Chugh. What kind of an impact can poor oral hygiene have on our overall health, and why is maintaining oral hygiene so critical for each one of us today?
Today is a well-established fact that the oral diseases are responsible for many more medical diseases in any human being.
Yes.
It's well established that poor oral hygiene can lead to cardiovascular diseases, it can lead to stroke, it can lead to some cancers. It is also known to affect the pregnant women adversely if the oral hygiene is not maintained well. So today, the World Oral Health Organization admits that for complete general health, oral health has to be an integral part of the general health care.
Oral care matters, and poor oral health increases the chances of bacteria in the bloodstream. So we do need to follow an ideal oral care routine to prevent them. We went around to check what do people across the country follow as a practice.
Hi, I'm Arun Singh and I'm out here to spot some happy smiles. What do you do to maintain your oral health?
I brush twice a day and I mouthwash once.
I maintain a healthy diet for my oral health.
I brush my teeth morning, evening, before bedtime, and I use a mouthwash.
I brush my teeth and mouthwash.
Brush twice a day and, Listerine a couple of times.
What?
Listerine.
Okay, you use Listerine. Do you use mouthwash?
Yeah, Listerine.
I use Listerine and I use it twice a day and I use that on a regular basis.
Do you face any issues when it comes to oral health?
Not certainly, but yeah, sometimes sensitivity comes.
Yes.
What?
Like tooth decay and all that.
Yeah, I do. I think everybody does.
What are the issues?
I think the main one would be bad breath and like not feeling fresh.
What do you think will happen if you don't maintain your oral health?
So it look very awkward when you go and meet someone with a bad teeth, because when you see someone, your first impression is their teeth or eyes or something, is face only. Sure. So yeah, when you see his teeth, it's dirty, so you make a very bad impression on him, and like for first impression is the last impression. So yeah, you should maintain your oral health.
Bad breath issues, your teeth rot, and a lot of dental problems in the future.
So my teeth are not aligned, so I think cavities.
High five for that though. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Bowry, on the basis of what we've just heard, what oral hygiene routine should we maintain if we want a healthy mouth, and also so that germs, do not have access to our body? And should dental visits happen only when there is a problem, or should there be a routine one should follow?
Yeah, that's right. Ambika, I have been practicing for the last 29 years. I was in the army initially, and then I joined Max Healthcare, and I'm a part of the hospital-based practice for now last 21 years. And this is the only thing, because I'm a part of the preventive checkup programs. Sure. And this is exactly what I tell my patients all the time, that it is imperative that they need to come twice a year for checkups. And, it's not just the eyes, it's also the mouth, because we have diabetes, which is going up at a very high rate in our country, because we are the diabetic capital of the world. And it's important that, the population needs to realize that and come in and get their checkups done. And every 6 monthly checkups are good.
That's important.
And scaling also, is important. A lot of myths surround scaling. People do not want to get the scaling and cleaning, things like that done, the bacteria removed. So besides flossing their teeth and brushing twice a day, a good diet, hydration, a lot of factors which are...
So basically, we shouldn't wait for a problem, go twice a week. Preventive health is definitely better.
That's right.
Dr. Chugh, what are the most common oral problems, and what are the gaps in oral and dental care? I think that's something we all need to know.
See, the most common diseases which anywhere in the world prevail are dental caries and periodontal disease. Periodontal disease means the diseases of the gums.
Okay.
And when we talk of the diseases, oral diseases in India, it's alarmingly high as compared to the rest of the world, because the oral health care procedures or awareness procedures or dental care is not as good as in other countries. A lot of our population still doesn't use proper toothbrush and toothpaste, and the rural areas and even in the urban areas it's a very limited use. So there is a need to make everybody aware that 6 monthly checkup plus twice a day brushing and at least once a day flossing has to be done by everyone. There's no way you can avoid it. If you do, then you land up with a lot of oral diseases.
Let us tell you a fact. 1 in 3 people have some sort of bad breath. Dr. Bhatia, let me ask you this. Why is bad breath so prevalent and how does using a mouthwash help it?
Actually, I think with bad breath, a lot of people think that you get bad breath just if, you've eaten food such as garlic or onion, etc. But actually, the main cause of bad breath is buildup of germs in the mouth. And what these germs do is they produce something called as volatile sulfur compounds. So these are these bad smelling compounds. And that actually causes you to have bad breath. Additionally, if you also have poor oral hygiene that's, leading to like build-up of plaque, if you have gum disease, if you have cavities, etc., it's likely that you are going to have bad breath. And in a way, your bad breath can be an indicator that, you have poor oral health. And what a mouthwash or an antibacterial mouthwash can do is that it can kill these germs that produce these, sulfur compounds. It kills the germs that cause, plaque and gum disease and cavities, etc. So adding a mouthwash to your daily oral routine can actually give you a lot of oral health benefits.
Okay. So we're reminding the viewers that germs in the mouth are normal. There are good and bad germs. Achieving the right balance is what we are trying to address here. The interesting fact is that brushing cleans 25% of the mouth. So let me ask you, Dr. Bhatia, how do we cater to the rest of the mouth?
Yeah, so most people, again, like Dr. Chub mentioned, only brushing their teeth, which means that they're not cleaning, these areas in between their teeth, below the gum line, their tongue, etc. And bacteria do tend to build up in all these like nooks and corners of the mouth. What a mouthwash can do is that, it can reach in between the teeth, it can reach below the gum line. It gives you that whole mouth clean and it can kill the bacteria in the mouth. So it maintains a healthy balance of the bacteria. And as a result of that, it can help to prevent some of these common oral problems.
Okay, thank you for that. Dr. Bori, we spoke about how important scaling is, cleaning your teeth. There are also cavities. You said, people need to have their bleeding gums is an issue. Could you help us understand if choice of the brush and the paste also play a role in fighting this? How does one choose what to use?
Right. So a lot of patients ask me what kind of brush they need to use. So I generally leave it to the patient because some people like to do it the manual way, some like to go with the electric motor, right? And basically with the manual brushes, the bristles should be tapered, they should be rounded on the top, they should be able to reach the crevices of the teeth, right? And for people who have sensitive teeth and generally who are a little compromised, medically compromised, or they're geriatric, they can go for super soft or soft brushes. I recommend soft and medium brushes to most of my patients. People who are a little, who have arthritis or small children who probably do not know how the brushing technique is, I recommend an electric brush for them. And the choice of a toothpaste, fluoride in a toothpaste really helps. It will help prevent dental caries. And any toothpaste with a little bit of fluoride in it would help. Okay, so but what really matters is the brushing technique at the end of it.
Okay, so that's, I think that's again, more awareness needs to be spread on that. Yeah. And like you rightly said, electric brushes for those, for the geriatric or children who really do not know the technique, I guess.
Yeah.
So Dr. Bhatia, like Dr. Bari just told us about the toothbrushes and the toothpaste. What about a mouthwash? How should our viewers choose the correct mouthwash?
I think if you're aware of the oral problems that you have, then it's important to, look for a mouthwash that's beneficial to you. So, for example, if you do tend to have buildup of plaque and you tend to have, gum problems, etc., then it's important to use an antibacterial mouthwash. If you have a tendency to get cavities or if you're at risk of getting cavities, then a mouthwash that contains fluoride can be beneficial. Additionally, if you have, what we call as tartar formation or calculus formation on the teeth, which is the yellow hard substance, then a mouthwash with zinc chloride can help to prevent the buildup of tartar in some way. So I think it's important to look for these ingredients. And if you're confused, then of course, speak to your dentist. Your dentist will be able to recommend the best mouthwash for you.
So on that note, we're going to be taking a short break. I think we've understood how important it is to choose correctly and, of course, most importantly, the right technique. So we'll be right back. Don't go away.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track, get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism, but
Welcome back. You're watching Listerine Presents Healthy Mouth, Happy Life. Dr. Chugh, is there a specific age group that is most affected by oral problems? Where should the awareness actually begin?
See, people of all age groups are vulnerable to oral diseases. And with the children, it starts very early. Even in the milk teeth, they can get cavities. And the most common cause of getting cavities is not brushing properly and having leftover food in your mouth. And the children who take sweet things or synthetic food are more prone to cavities. But that doesn't mean that if you are not taking sweets or if you are taking only savory diet, you can't get cavities. Anything which is left over would cause cavities, more often with those food particles which stick to your tooth surface. Starchy food of any kind would cause cavities. But cavities can happen at all age groups.
Okay.
And I would put it this way, that all the oral diseases are primarily preventable diseases.
Okay.
And they can be prevented by a very simple procedure of brushing twice a day and flossing once a day. A toothbrush would not be able to clean between the teeth, so you need something to add to your regular brushing. Using a mouthwash can be a useful adjunct, but you know, mouthwashes are of different kind.
Yeah.
There are some which are specifically meant to be just breath fresheners. The others could be anti-caries, which have fluoride in them. There could be some which are good for gums. So there are different mouthwashes for different purposes, and they don't replace the brushing. So they are an adjunct to the brushing.
So it's like a holistic approach which one needs to do. I mean, first you need to have awareness, you need to make sure that you're going for the preventive care, and of course awareness on how to brush your teeth, use the correct paste, the correct toothbrush, mouthwash. Dr. Bari, could you also explain how have you found the mindset of people when they visit you when it comes to oral care? Do you think people realize that when they come to you, that if they had come to you well in time for a preventive checkup, today they wouldn't have the problem of how good an oral care routine can actually help them from unnecessary problems?
You know, the last many years I've noticed that it's mostly the ladies who really suffer. And I have seen, you know, women of 50 plus actually coming and sitting down on the dental chair for the very first time. And most of them are already, the osteoporosis has already started, and they are, you know, there is menopause which has set in, and their dental condition is very, there are so many things which they need to do. So essentially what happens is when they get very overwhelmed at the thought of getting so much done. And the very thought of sitting down on the dental chair and, you know, getting the work done makes them fearful and very anxious, right? So a lot of people then either just, you know, come and get a little bit of work done, then they sort of neglect themselves because not just because they are fearful of sitting on the chair, but also because of the affordability factor which comes along. So this is a very important point I want to raise, that in the oral hygiene here in our country, people in the urban areas are very aware of you know, things, and they're, but the rural areas, of course, people are unable to understand what's going on. And some of the younger generations who are working in Delhi, and because I work in a hospital, and they get their parents from, you know, from other states. Yeah. And when those parents are coming, and when I see what's going on in their, you know, and then they have nobody really to go to. So, we just formulate treatment plans for them and give them. So what I'm coming to you is that yes, it's in a very neglected,
space at this point. So timely intervention is key.
Yes, and also I feel that they do not. Some of them do not realize, like Dr. Chok has said, that how it can really go down in the long run. COVID was a very glaring example. When this nasopharyngeal virus, which actually affected all of us, the severity of disease was more. It was noticed that people with periodontal issues had more severity of the COVID virus. And so, one needs to take cognizance of the fact.
And well in time, so that you're not in a situation like that where you're regretting that I wish I had gone to a dentist earlier, I'd taken care of my teeth. And I think what you rightly said, I mean, for the women out there, they need to take out time and make sure that they take care of themselves. I think that's very, very important as well. Dr. Chuk, could you remind our viewers how important is oral care for their overall well-being, and what is the routine they should follow? Just to tell our viewers once again the final routine so that we all can have good teeth and oral health.
Before coming to that, I would like to point out one more issue which concerns especially Indians, is that we have a very high incidence of oral cancer in our country. And that's because of tobacco consumption, which is not only the smoking tobacco, but chewing tobacco. So right now, India has the highest rate of oral cancer in the world. So one message I'd like to put across to all those who are watching this program, that please don't get into the habit of consuming tobacco in any form, because the after effects of the oral cancer are very alarming. Otherwise, for general health, oral health, brushing is very important. Inculcate the habit in the children in the very early stages of life. When they are 1.5, 2 years, they can start brushing. And there are special toothpaste available in the market today which don't have fluoride, because children should avoid fluoride because there is a risk of swallowing it. And there are some medical issues related to that. So there's special toothpaste formulated for children. As the child grows up, then they can start using toothpaste with fluoride in it. And for anybody who's in an age where they can brush and maintain oral hygiene themselves, twice a day brushing is very, very important. And regular checkups every 6 months are definitely required for all of us. And it's no more a painful procedure, which was earlier a kind of, I would say, a misconcept everybody had, and they used to avoid going to a dental surgeon, was that it's a painful procedure going to a dentist. In fact, you should try to inculcate the habit in the children that they start visiting the dental office when they're kids. Maybe they don't get any dental treatment done to start with, but they should come and see the environment and get familiarized with it, so that they don't get any kind of fear associated with dental treatments. And parents have to play a very good role in that. They don't try to scare a child that if you have any problem or you misbehave, we'll take you to a dentist. And that kind of
the phobia,
puts a fear. So that should be avoided.
Okay, so and to add on to that, inculcating the right habits for children at a right age, going to the doctor, brushing, flossing. And Dr. Bhatia, what would you like to add about mouth washing and its role in maintaining a healthier mouth?
I mean, I'm just going to talk to the clinical research that's there, right? So we have seen that if you only brush your teeth, it's not enough to maintain good oral hygiene and not enough to maintain good oral health. So in addition to brushing, the clinical research has shown that if you use an antibacterial mouthwash, you can have much improved oral health. So, I would just recommend to include these into your daily oral hygiene. And it's important to do this every day, over a long period of time, and make it a daily habit.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chuk, Dr. Bauri and Dr. Bhatia for joining us. You are watching Listerine Presents Healthy Mouth, Happy Life. On World Oral Health Day, let's pledge to ensure that we keep our teeth healthy and visit a doctor well in time, more as a prevention rather than going back only when it's a problem. Thanks so much for watching.
Wow, Bhatia. 20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
Let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized
Good afternoon, you're watching NDTV 24/7. Hope you're having a great Sunday. We'll get you the top news stories in the show. The Congress party is on a day-long satyagraha across states. They're staging sit-in protests, hitting out at the BJP after Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as an MP. Meanwhile, another concerning news. COVID cases are rising across states. We'll discuss with guests whether it's a cause of concern and what you should do to prevent a possible surge. We'll get you all those stories in the show, but first let's take a look at the headlines. Congress leaders stage a sit-in protest, a satyagraha across states. Priyanka Gandhi says that the Prime Minister insults our family, but no cases have been filed then. But Rahul Gandhi has been convicted for a comment on the Modi surname. The BJP hits out. UP's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath says those who insult India can't hold a satyagraha. The Indian Space Research Organization launches a rocket carrying 36 satellites belonging to the OneWeb group of the United Kingdom. The ISRO chairman calls the mission successful. COVID-19 cases climbed to the highest in nearly 5 months. 1,890 new COVID cases reported, up from 1,590 yesterday. Over 60% of the total active cases from 3 states, Kerala, Maharashtra and Gujarat. A huge tornado kills 25 people and destroys several towns in Mississippi in the United States. US President Joe Biden says images from Mississippi are heartbreaking. Americans grieve for family and friends, say nothing's left in their city. Now, starting with our focus on the rising COVID cases, 1,890 new COVID cases have been reported today. The figure is up from 1,590 yesterday. Now, COVID cases have now climbed to the highest since October 28, 2022, which means that COVID cases are currently at a near 5-month high. If we talk about the daily positivity rate, that has climbed up to 1.56%, which is up from 0.71% 5 days ago. This essentially means that more than one person is testing positive out of every 100 tests being conducted in the country. If we talk about deaths, 4 new COVID deaths have been reported in 24 hours, and that's up from the average of 2 deaths that were being reported for close to a month now. So COVID cases are the highest in 149 days. Highest active cases are in 3 states, Kerala, Maharashtra and Gujarat, and over 60% of the total active cases are coming from these 3 states. 9,433 active cases are currently reported in the country, which is up by 43% in a matter of 5 days. The average of the daily new COVID cases being reported, that count is up by 8 times in a matter of a month. Now, there are several questions. Is there a new variant? Is there a fear of a new wave? To discuss all of those questions and answer your concerns, we have experts joining us on the broadcast. Dr. Suresh Kumar, who's the director of LNJP Hospital and also a member of the COVID task force in Delhi. We also have Dr. Anurag Mehrotra, who's a member of the COVID task force and chairman of Siddh Hospital and coordinator public health for vaccination as well. We'll also have Dr. Sunila Garg, who's a member of the Lancet Commission COVID India task force and also advisor at ICMR and WHO as well. If I can start with you, Dr. Suresh Kumar, first. You head the LNJP hospital. Are you seeing any increase in hospital admissions? Cases are rising, but are hospital admissions rising alongside?
Definitely, we have seen that we have the marginal increase in the number of indoor patients. In last 24 hours, we have 3 admissions, and 2 admissions were earlier admitted 2 days ago. And we have seen that majority of these patients are by and large stable. Only 1 patient is on the ventilator, and rest other patients are on oxygen support. And we have seen that there is a increased positivity rate in fewer localized area and few districts, particularly in the South District of Delhi. And we have seen that the positivity rate is between 4% and 5%, and the number of cases is increasing day by day. So this is a matter of great concern, and we are actively monitoring all these COVID positive patients. We are sending all the positive PCR reports for genome sequencing because we have in-house gene sequencing laboratory. And definitely the cases are much more during this week.
Right. So hospital admissions, you're saying that they are rising marginally, but the cases remain to be stable. And Dr. Sunila Garg, if I can come to you with my next question. One question that I think is on most minds currently, are we looking at another wave beginning? Three COVID waves behind us with this rise in cases that we're seeing now. Is there a fear of a new COVID wave starting, considering that cases usually start rising in these three states of concern?
Thank you, Priyanshu. Your question is very valid because, as you pointed out, that in last 5 months we are seeing increasing trend, and also, we are seeing, compared to, last day before yesterday and all that, we have seen, almost 400 cases which are on rise. So we need to be more watchful. But as of now, what I will say is that most of the variants are Omicron variants, and WHO also declared that now we do not have variants of concern, we have got variants of interest. And all of us, we have to, look at that fact that we are doubly vaccinated and we also have had natural infection. But not to lose a sight of the situation, as has been pointed out by Dr. Suresh also, that we need to be watchful, we need to be careful, and we need to be also seeing, as to our testing does not go down. Ideally, the testing has got to be almost 140 tests per million population, and then we need to be careful about genomic sequencing. And once we know this, so as of now, the variants are Omicron variants as only, so that's which is BB.1.16. So we need to be watchful about all these situations, but not to lose a sight of what we have been discussing on your channel about COVID appropriate behavior. That is important. But as of now, I will not say that it is pointing towards a wave, but we need to be careful. That is there. And people who have not taken precautionary dose, they should take precautionary dose as well.
Right. So two important points there, that it can't be called a new wave for now. And also you're saying that there's no new variant that's emerging. Still, it's Omicron that seems to be driving the surge. And Dr. Suresh Kumar, if I can come to you about the precautions part. We know that masks are no longer mandatory anywhere. And a lot of us even missed out our third vaccination dose because cases were consistently falling. So what would your advice be since considering that most of the people have taken down their guard and are not following precautions?
This is extremely important because we have to prevent this surge of current COVID cases, because we have seen that overcrowding, the recent rain, and we have seen that festival season was there in the last month, and we have seen that a lot of cases are now coming who are critical in nature, particularly those who are having chronic illness, diabetic patients, TB patients, COPD patient, dialysis patient. And we have seen 2 patients admitted with us, the pregnancy-related COVID positive patients. So all these high-risk group need to be more careful. They must prevent themselves from exposure to the crowded area, to the markets. And once we go outside our home, we must follow the COVID-appropriate behavior. We must have the mask, which is very, very key for the prevention of any surge in the COVID cases. We must follow all the national guidelines. Hand hygiene is very important. We must frequently wash our hand with the fresh water or soap. That is very important. And we must avoid social gathering or large gathering. And we must not eat food on the same table. If any patient is symptomatic, he should be immediately isolated in the home, and home isolation is very important. We have seen in Delhi around 300 cases are there which are at their home, but they should prevent the spread of this virus to their family members by keeping themselves in the isolation. So isolation, home isolation, and the mask is very important.
Right. So if at all you start spotting symptoms, you should isolate and get yourselves tested to ensure that you don't spread the virus further. And Dr. Anurag Mehrotra, if I can come to you next. When we talk about the cause of concern, while Dr. Suresh also mentioned that the cases are currently stable, is there any rise in deaths that we are witnessing? If we just talk about the numbers, in January to February, we were seeing around 1 or 2 deaths being reported every day. But now, though it's not a significant increase, but yesterday 6 deaths were reported, today 4 deaths have been reported. So we are seeing a slight uptick there. Would you say it's a cause of concern yet?
Yes and no. Looking at our past 3-year experience in dealing with the COVID, we know how to deal with the problem to a large extent. The important thing at this point or at this juncture of time is that this is the time when we commonly have influenza infections. And these infections leads to complications in many patient subsets, especially elderly patients, especially patients who are suffering from diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, and kidney problems. And the persons who are immunocompromised due to certain condition or on medicines which cause immunocompromised state. So these are the patients who require utmost care. These are the patients in which if the problem occurs, we must know what we are dealing about. H3N2 influenza, which is common at this time, is again an important cause of this and is slightly serious as compared to other influenza infections. If the patient, we know the patient, what he is suffering from, then it will be better how we will deal with them. So this is from the point of view of this time of the year when these type of infections occur, it is important to know whether COVID is there or not.
Right.
As you are saying regarding the wave, it is not there. Mortality is not very high. It is what used to be during this time of the year.
Right, and interesting that you also pointed out to the influenza spread. And Dr. Suresh Kumar, if I can come to you on that. What we've discussed recently is also that COVID and influenza have some very similar symptoms. So if at all somebody is having symptoms, how do they differentiate between the two? And when should they know that they need to get tested for COVID and this might not be influenza, but it might just be a COVID-19 infection? Where should that line be drawn?
That's very important to identify, are we dealing with the influenza cases or the COVID cases? You see, if you have the COVID, the symptom lasts for less than 1 week nowadays. 5 to 7 days, the patient is all right. You have the short history of fever, sore throat, you have the respiratory symptoms like cough or breathlessness, which is seen in the COVID cases. And COVID cases, by and large, recover within 5 to 7 days. On the contrary, if you have the influenza cases remains longer for 10 days, for 15 days, for 20 days. And oxygen saturation or oxygen level are normal in most of the influenza cases because it's self-limiting.
Right.
But if you have an immunocompromised patient with fall in the oxygen saturation, you must send the sample for RT-PCR and you are likely dealing with the COVID cases.
Right.
So this viral pneumonia is common in both. Symptoms are by and large similar, but the duration is important. Duration remains longer for H3N2 and duration is smaller for COVID cases.
Right. So those differences are very important to point out, that you don't see an impact on oxygen in the case of influenza, but that happens in the case of COVID-19 and the duration of symptoms is longer in influenza. That's very important to note considering that the surge is being witnessed in both these infections currently. And Dr. Garg, if I can come to you next, some precautionary steps such as masking or social distancing, they help not just in COVID, but they also help with the influenza spread, preventing a spread of influenza. So at this stage, would you say that states should possibly go back to a masking mandate, especially states that are seeing a significant surge such as Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka, Gujarat? Would you say it's time to make masks mandatory again?
Priyanshi, I'll definitely like to say that particularly when we talk of elderly population and vulnerable groups who are suffering from comorbidities, at least, the mask mandate has got to be there for them. It is important. But another very, very important thing is that people have to, hand washing becomes another important thing which is there. But the third and the most important thing is we must avoid indiscriminate use of antibiotics, which is we are worried about antibiotic resistance. So if anybody is suffering from any symptoms, must consult a healthcare provider so that we can have judicious use of medicines. We should not create unnecessarily panic, but important is that mask mandate can always be helpful because it always also protects us from from pollution as well.
Right. Thanks very much, doctors, for joining us. And I think the message is loud and clear that there's no need to panic, but it's very important to get our precautions back, get vaccinated, especially for people with other diseases, especially people with comorbidities, because COVID for sure is rising and it coincides with an influenza spread as well. And as our doctors were pointing out that there's no significant increase in deaths yet. There's no significant increase in hospital admissions as well. though hospital admissions are increasing, but the cases are currently stable. But for sure, cases are rising, even though they're saying that it can't be called a new wave yet. But to prevent that from happening, it's important that we get our masks back and start taking precautions before things get out of hand and and COVID cases start surging yet again. Currently, the cases are at the highest in 149 days. The doctors also warn against the use of antibiotics. We hope that helped answer some of your questions about the COVID surge. With that, we'll take a very short break. We'll be back with lots more news on the other side. Stay tuned.
In the
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right.
Welcome back. The other big story. The centre has summoned the Canadian High Commissioner over Khalistani protests outside the Indian missions and consulates over the last few days. Now, India has lodged a strong protest over security arrangements outside its diplomatic premises in Canada. Now, India said that it is expected that the Canadian government will take all steps which are required to ensure the safety of our diplomats and security of our diplomatic premises so that they are able to fulfill their normal diplomatic functionism. That's a statement by the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry. Remember, last Sunday, an event in Canada was cancelled due to security concerns after a violent protest by Khalistani supporters. The event had been organized to honor Sanjay Kumar Verma, the Indian ambassador to Canada, while he was on his first visit to the West Coast. An Indian origin journalist who was at the event to cover the protest was also reportedly assaulted by radicals. The protest came amid a massive crackdown on radical Sikh preacher and Khalistani leader Amritpal Singh and his associates in Punjab. And while these consequences are being seen abroad, the chase for the Khalistani leader Amritpal Singh continues for the 8th day. Remember, the Punjab police started this manhunt for the Khalistani leader Amritpal Singh last Saturday, but he's still on the run. Now, the Ajnala court in Punjab has sent 10 associates of Waris Punjab Day, which is headed by the fugitive radical Khalistani leader Amritpal Singh. His aides have been sent to custody till April 6th. The 10 associates are accused of breaching the Ajnala police station and clashing with the cops in February to free Lovepreet Tufan, who is an aide of Amritpal Singh and who had been arrested in a kidnapping case. Remember, these supporters of Amritpal Singh broke into the Ajnala police station and broke barricades as well. Meanwhile, Amritpal Singh is still on the run. The Delhi police and Punjab police have launched a search operation for him in Delhi and its border in view of the possibility of Amritpal Singh leaving Punjab and entering the national capital. And the big story of the day, the Congress party is holding sit-in protests across the country. Congress leaders Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Mallikarjun Kharge are leading the protest in the national capital. These are live visuals that we're showing you of the protest being carried out outside Rajghat in the national capital. Now, Priyanka Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, hit out at the BJP over Rahul Gandhi's disqualification and defamation conviction over his remark on the Modi surname. So this satyagraha is being conducted currently to protest against Rahul Gandhi's disqualification and his conviction in that defamation case. In fact, the protests are going on across the country. These are visuals that we're showing you from Shimla in Himachal Pradesh, Gurugram in Haryana, and Asansol in West Bengal as well. So nationwide protests organized by the Congress party. Now, Priyanka Gandhi said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the BJP's attacks against the Gandhi family and insulted the family's Kashmiri Pandit lineage as well. She said Rahul Gandhi is the son of a martyr and still the BJP insults him every day, not even sparing their Nehru-Gandhi family. Priyanka Gandhi says, but despite all of this, despite comments on the Gandhi family, there have been no cases against BJP leaders, while Rahul Gandhi has been convicted for defamation for a remark on the Modi surname. Let's just listen in to what the leaders said.
हरी संसद में किया जाता है। उस शहीद के बेटे को आप देशद्रोही कहते हैं, आप मीर जाफर कहते हैं, आपके मंत्री मेरी मां का अपमान भरी संसद में करते हैं। आपके एक मुख्यमंत्री कहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी को पता भी नहीं है कि उनका पिता कौन है। आपके प्रधानमंत्री भरी संसद में खड़े होकर कहते हैं कि ये परिवार नेहरू नाम को इस्तेमाल क्यों नहीं करता। पूरे परिवार का अपमान करते हैं, कश्मीरी पंडित समाज के रिवाज का अपमान करते हैं, जिसके तहत एक बेटा अपने बाप के मरने पर पगड़ी पहनता है, परिवार की परंपरा को आगे बढ़ाता है, लेकिन आप पर कोई मुकदमा नहीं होता।
अपने देश की निंदा करने वाला कभी सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकता। भारत को कटघरे में खड़ा करने वाला व्यक्ति और भारत के बहादुर जवानों के प्रति जिनके मन में श्रद्धा और सम्मान का भाव नहीं, जो विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा कर रहे हैं, उन जवानों के प्रति भी सम्मान का भाव जिस नागरिक के मन में नहीं, वो सत्याग्रह की अगर बात करे तो ये अपने आप में इससे बड़ी विडंबना और क्या हो सकती है।
We are at the Congress protest site where the Congress leaders are holding a satyagraha. Now there are hundreds of Congress workers who have gathered here, and Congress workers have gathered from all parts of India. Be it they have come from down south, they have come from the parts of Uttar Pradesh, they have come from Delhi, they have come from Haryana. We'll try to speak to some of the workers and see what they have to say about the whole controversy and the protest here. Sir, क्या बोलना चाहेंगे आप?
आज जिस तरह से हम अपने साधारण तरीके से, अहिंसात्मक तरीके से गांधी जी की समाधि पर शांति का संदेश देना चाहते हैं कि देश में न कोई जाति है न कोई धर्म है, लेकिन ये मोदी जी, आपने देखा होगा कि विपक्ष का किस तरह से गला दबाया जा रहा है, लोकतंत्र की हत्या किस तरह से की जा रही है। 98% जो ईडी, सीबीआई और आईटी का जो छापा पड़ता है वो विपक्ष के नेताओं पर पड़ता है। पर नहीं, मेरा कहना आप समझिए, एक इन्होंने बोला, कल इनका एक नेता बोल रहा था, जिस नेता की अपनी पार्टी में कोई बूझ नहीं है, कि राहुल गांधी कांग्रेस को खत्म कर रहे हैं। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं रविशंकर प्रसाद के लिए कि तुम्हारी क्या वैल्यू है, तुम्हें मीडिया के, तुम्हें मंत्री तक नहीं बनाया। उन्होंने कहा था कि ओबीसी समाज का अपमान राहुल जी ने किया है। तो मैं आज जनता से कहना चाहता हूं और आप मीडिया से कहना चाहता हूं कि ओबीसी समाज कहां से आ गया? क्या नीरव मोदी ओबीसी समाज से हैं? क्या ललित मोदी ओबीसी समाज से हैं? हमारे यूपी में मोदी नगर जिस सेठ ने बसाया वो ओबीसी समाज से नहीं था, वो उच्च जाति का था। लेकिन ये इन पर जब कोई जवाब नहीं बचा है तो ये इस तरह का जवाब घेर करके ला रहे हैं कि ओबीसी समाज का अपमान किया जा रहा है।
सबका ये कहना है, बीजेपी का ये कहना है कि ये तो कोर्ट की रूलिंग है, ये तो कोर्ट जुडिशरी ने फैसला दिया है, तो उसके ऊपर क्या कहना है?
देखिए, ऐसा है, न्यायालय की यहाँ तक बात है, न्यायालय के सम्मान में किसी ने भी एक शब्द नहीं बोला है, लेकिन आप ये जानते हैं कि कॉन्स्पिरेसी तो है, कहीं ना कहीं षड्यंत्र तो है। केस किया जाता है कर्नाटक में, सुनवाई होती है गुजरात में भी स्टे लिया जाता है कि कुछ दिन के लिए कार्रवाई रोक दीजिए। ये क्या दर्शाता है? ये दर्शाता है कि कहीं ना कहीं षड्यंत्र है।
We'll continue to track that story and lots more on the other side of the short break. Stay tuned.
The bomb.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in